Lanes 1 and 2, if you aren't already, lock and load. Sportsmen, let's rock, folks. Here we go. Saturday time trial. Start out with Rich Chandler in the Fink Lane. Beautiful 65 Chevelle. Dennis Boyko in the almost. All right, we are holding up here. All right, here we go. Des Boyko and Richard Chandler, Mason Dixon, and Team Canada. Boyko gets there first, 824 at 87 to a 954 at 74. Lights, I think they need another cup of coffee. Next pair are Esta's A.J. Meyer and the Napa Lane Todd Lipke, also from Esta, in the Fink Lane. Much better lights. Meyer 744 at 91, Lipke 737 at 92. Next pair in the Napa Lane Todd Minard, Team Esta. Charles Augustine in the Dart, Team New Media. Mopar gets their first 739 at 91 to an 825 at 83. Gary Yeager in the black Camaro, Tim Patterson in the Mustang. Team Island, Team Esta. Two decent lights. Yeager gets there first by a bunch, 751 at 94 to an 832, 85 miles an hour. Dave Michalowska, speaking to him yesterday, he's the original owner of this 73 Javelin. Beautiful car up against Justin Kirkman, the little Mustang too. He had a great day yesterday. Mustang 2, 810 at 83. The AMC 833 at 82 miles an hour. Next pair are Jeff Filer in the Mopar, Megan Whiteman in the Chevelle. Megan, an 014 light, best so far. She goes 737 at 93. Filer 734 at 92. In the Napa Lane, Nicole Adams, South Mountain, up against John Olcott, Team Maple Grove. Monte Carlo gets there first, 758 at 90, doing 847 and 82 miles an hour. Dave Klein in the pickup truck. It's a 74 Dodge with a 340 in it. In the Napa Lane, Susan Smith, Team South Mountain. Susan Smith, 001 reaction time. 738 for the pickup, 91 miles an hour, 890 for Sue at 75. Ryan Agar in the Barracuda Fastback, a 69. In far lane, Howard Roberts in the Duster. Team Island, Team Esta. Oh, two great lights, 22 and 21. Good side-by-side run there. Agar, 742 at 93. Roberts, 735 at 91. Robert Baker, 67 Mustang, Team New England. Man, that car is nice. CJ Ketterer in the Napa Lane, Team Maple Grove in the Dart. They both go barely red, kind of pink. Mustang 736 at 91, 786 for Ketterer at 87. Bill Cusa in the white Camaro, Team Island, up against Steve English, Team Esta.
Well, some guys have to go deep, so they got to get in there.
Camaro 738, 96 miles an hour, 775 for Steve English. 91 miles an hour. Hakusa had an 011 light. That's pretty good. Here comes, this is just my favorite, man. Dave Tubman in the Moon Cusser Tattoo El Camino. I don't even know what to say about that. Has a 17 light. Joe McLaughlin in the other lane, by the way. The Elkie, 766 at 89, 821 for McLaughlin at 83. You're in the other lane from that thing. It's like racing a space alien. Next pair, Mark Ketterer in the Dodge Aspen. Greg LeBlanc in the Chevelle. $732 at 93 for Ketterer. $791 at 86 for LeBlanc. Joe Morena had quite the day yesterday. He's in the blue Camaro. Chantel Pullman in the black Camaro. $737 for Morena, 94 miles an hour. $959 at 75 for Chantel. Next up, the slowest car in competition, Sammy Snap, Team Canada, up against the most luxurious car in competition, Jeff Ronner in the Skylark. That car is just so neat. Buick 735, 94 miles an hour, 1086 for Sammy at 64 miles an hour. Nap Lane, Jim Schmidbauer. Team Lebanon, Wesley Lewis in the Fink Lane. Wesley 823 at 83 and an 831 for Jim at 85 miles an hour. Next up, Nancy DeSpirito in the only lavender-colored race car here. Team New England up against Richard Vose in the Duster. Two good lights. Vose will get there first. 739 at 92, 872 at 79 miles an hour. Next up, pair of Fox Body Mustangs, Jeff Skirdick, Team Island in the black one, and Al Noble in the red one. Noble 740 and 91, Skirdick 824 at 81 miles an hour. Mitch Spurt in the Mustang. Goes a little red, that's all right. Nick Maynard. Team Lebanon 774 at 87, 917 for Spurt. Next pair, Dave Toms, Team Mason-Dixon in the blue Mopar, Brian Lind. Also Mason-Dixon in the other lane. Mopar 748, 91 miles an hour, 875 for Lynn, 79 miles an hour. Look at that, he did get it fixed. Billy Kirpins Jr. over in the Napa lane. John Dixon in the Fink lane. $741 a pair with the 6 for Dixon, with the 5 for Kirpins, 90 miles an hour for Billy, and 92 for Dixon. Next up, Nick Beeler, the winner of the Gamblers yesterday. Team Cecil. Dave Murrin in the Fink lane. Beeler goes red. That's all right. Get it out of the way. 738 and 91 for him. 807 for Murrin at 82 miles an hour. Next pair, Jeff Hannon in the Olds, Rick Hafer in the Buick. Two decent lights. Hafer, 753. 87 miles an hour and 820 for Hannon at 84. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We need Pro to 1 and 2, please. Pro Eliminator to 1 and 2. Here's a guy that wasn't here yesterday, Joe Koss in the Olds. Uh-oh. Joe must be leaking something. They backed him up. Robert Smith is going to get a bye run. Team New England. Smith, 740. 91 miles an hour. Next pair, Scott Embley in the Blazer. That's a pretty cool piece up against Ed Beedler in the Mustang. Oh boy, two good lights. Mustang gets there for 736, 93 miles an hour, 761 for Scott Embley. I'm told the quickest you can dial is a 735, so Beedler is right there. I don't have a name yet for this wagon, but my goodness. I told you that we love long roofs here at the Valley, but I mean, look at this thing. It's perfect. I don't think it's, yeah, I guess it is a Chevy. 59 or a 60. Jim Romagna over in the far lane. The wagon gets there first, 7:37 at 91. 7:53 for Romagna at 90 miles an hour. Next pair, here's Frank Ware in the Mustang, his normal ride up against Dave Myers in the Camaro. Frank, 7:31. A little too quick. 76 miles an hour. 8:06 for Dave Myers at 84. Dave Harvey in the long roof. Dave Harvey Jr., I should say. Team Island up against Dave Harvey Sr. Team Island. Senior says, take that. He does 001. Goes 751 at 91 miles an hour. 778 for Harvey Jr. at 87. Yesterday's runner-up, Russ Wilbur. In the Fink Lane up against Tyler Bennett. Bennett, 743, 92 miles an hour, 817 for Russ at 83. And the last car, Paul Costley. Yeah, I knew he had to do that. Name of the car is Costly Toy. I'm sitting here just think of all sorts of things to say, but he said it very well. $749, 89 miles an hour, and I think that does it for Sportsman Pro. Coming up next. Pro, if you are not in lanes, you need to get your pro butts up there right now. Want to say hello again to all of our friends out on the internet who are watching this on YouTube or Facebook. We are happy to have you here. We want to say thank you to our major sponsors, Summit Performance and Insinger Performance as well. We're having a pretty nice day here at the Valley. It's cloudy. It's going to be cloudy pretty much the whole weekend, but the forecast isn't bad. It is warm and comfy. Except up here in the tower where it's about 40 degrees, it's kind of like a crypt, but that's okay. At least we will not decompose by the end of the day. Start off with Chris Croteau in the Mustang Grande, Team New England, up against Ken Hankins, South Mountain in the Camaro. Camaro 599, 118. 707 for the Mustang at 102. In the far lane, Dave Trout. In the Mustang, Anthony Bonanno. In the 70 Chevelle. Elmer told me he has owned this car since new. And it's fast, 635 at 107. 734 for Trout at 92. Next up in the Fink Lane, the Lebanon Valley track champ, Pete Bushnell. In the Napa Lane, Mike Maude, Team New Media. Oh, big wheel stand for Pete. He goes 588 at 116, 709 for Mike, 99 miles an hour. In the Fink Lane, another Lebanon Valley car, Joe Grasso. In the far lane, Terry Lee from Esta. Mustang 611 at 112, Joe a 650 at 103. Couple of Vesta cars up now. Dan Hanley in the Fink Lane, A.J. Meyer in the Napa Lane. $679 for Meyer at 100 flat, $720 for Mr. Hanley at 93. In the Napa Lane, Dan McIntosh from the Valley, Callie Klein in the Duster, Team Mason-Dixon. McIntosh 601, 117, 652 for Callie at 103. Dave Campbell in the Mustang, Joe Rodriguez in the Camaro. Identical reaction times to the Thou. Rodriguez 647 to 107, 770 for Campbell, 87 miles an hour. New England's Kyle Rice in the Napa lane. Maple Grove's Mike Grenier in the Fink lane. Wow, two big wheel stands. Grenier 574 at 118. Rice a 647 at 104. A lot of smoke out of the car, but I think that was tire smoke. In the Napa lane, Don LaRusso, one of the New England crowd, up against Matt Smith in the Dayglow Green El Camino, Team South Mountain. LaRusso 676 at 100, 771 for Smith at 88. Here is the bill pick for only in drag racing pair. Ski Viveros in the Napa lane. The Vega sedan delivery up against Keith Warner in the 67 Ford Ranchero. Ski gets there first, 596 at 115 to a 610 at 113. In the Fink lane, Scott, hi, I'm Deadly, Besaw, Team Esta, up against Christiana Hubbard, also Team Esta, in the Mustang. Besaw 702 at 97, 719 for Christiana at 92. Mike Franick in the Dodge Dart, Team Island. In the Fink lane, Dave Hubbard, Team Esta in the Camaro. Hubbard 617 and 111, 642 for Franick, 106. Pair of Gen 3 Camaros up next. Tim Diglio, Team Esta. Bob Dunlap, also Team Esta. Dunlap 646 and 107, 709 for Diglio, 95 miles an hour. Next pair in the Fink Lane, Jason Focarino, Team Island, up against Lisa Green-Lucier, Team New England. Oh boy, Focarino broke something. No problems for Lisa. 7 flat. 97 miles an hour, and Jason is going to get pushed off, I believe. Next up, pair of New England cars. In the Fink Lane, Paul Laurenti, and in the Napa Lane, Don LaRusso. Hey folks, don't forget, concessions are open. Fresh hot breakfast sandwiches, hash brown, and coffee. Laurenti, 641, 107, 683 for LaRusso at 99 miles an hour. We have some really nice classic Mustangs racing here. Bobby Pipparata, Team Island in the Fink Lane. Brian Lind in the Camaro in the Napa Lane. .576 for Lind, 118, 734 at 91 miles an hour for Pipparata. Couple of Gen 2 Camaros. Joe Arardi, Team Esta. James Young, Team Island. Arardi, 643 at 108. Young is 650 at 106. Chris Corleone, Team Esta, up against Paul Latarullo. Broke his Camaro. He is driving one of the Nichols racing cars. 619 and 111 for Chris. 627 and 109 for Paul. Dennis Core in the far lane, the Hee-Haw. Super B. Team New Media, Nathan Mendenhall. Team Maple Grove, the Little Pickup. Pickup truck 625 at 107, and the Super B is 678 at 101. Next pair, Al Meyer. Nice looking Camaro over in the Napa lane, Team Esta. Greg Lefkin in the Nova, Team Island. Meyer, 602. 112 miles an hour, 660 for Lefkin. 102. Pardon me, 112 for Meyer. John Kaluga and the Cougar. Only Cougar here. Wow! Mike Riley, big wheel stand. Team New England. They go through side by side. 659 for the Cougar, 656 for the Malibu. Next pair, Wayne Seavey, Team New England, the Red Vega. Bob Smith, Team South Mountain in the Nova. $628 for the Vega, $109, $644 for the Nova, $105. Matt Wilson in the Camaro. Tyler Weicker in the S10. Team Cecil, Team Island. Pickup gets there first. 598 and 112 to a 630 for Mr. Wilson at 109. New England's Jared Kinson in the Fink Lane. Mike Olson, Team Island in the Napa lane. Olson gets out of the groove. Not sure. We do ask drivers if they feel they're broken, please pull over and shut the car off. Make sure you're not leaking. Jared Hinson, 578 at 120. Now here's a very cool car races here weekly. Anthony Johnson, 1995 Mercury Marauder. Police Pursuit. The other lane, Kevin Core, Team Maple Grove. Look at that cop car go. 577 to 116, 691 for Court, 96. Next pair, Hannah Bogus in the Napa Lane, Team Lebanon, and Nell Belot Sr., Team New England in the Fink Lane. Hannah, 585, 118. Belot shuts it off early to a 768. Fred Johns in the Vega from Mason Dixon up against Mike LaRose. In the Dart, Team New Media. LaRose picks up the front wheels and hangs them there for a while. He goes 540 at 127. 669 at 100 miles an hour for the Vega. Next up, Matt Consiglio in the Nova. $672 at 101 for the Nova, $646 at 105 for Bob Stockwell in the Mustang. Bob Gonier, and I think that's Paul Lattarulo and Paul Lattarulo's car. 571 121 for him. 645 at 107 for Gagne. Also, Lebanon Valley car in the Napa Lane. Paul Scribani up against Trishwit from Cecil County. Scribani 569 120. Trish 584 117. Team New England Gino Picozzi in the Fink Lane. Team Maple Grove John Hedenberg in the other blue Mustang. Two good lights. 630, 108 for Gino. 650, 105 for John. George Carrera in the Napa Lane. Team Canada in the Beamer. John Moore. Team Mason Dixon in the Dart. Beamer 602 at 114, 691 for John Moore, 97 miles an hour. In the Napa Lane, Lebanon Valley's Mike Block had a heck of a year in this car. Jean-Guy Renault, Team Canada in the Pinto. Go, Pinto, go. Yeah, 636, 105 for the Pinto, 759 for the Stang at 89 miles an hour. Andrew Bracuto, one of the foot brake hitters over in the Napa Lane, Team Maple Grove. Kelly Fleming in the S10 pickup in the Fink Lane. $643 for Bracuto, 106, $667 and 101 for Kelly Fleming. Joe Henderson, Team New England, over in the Napa Lane. Clay Garber in the primered 70 Buick Skylark in the Fink Lane. That was loud. Garber 603 at 111, 614 for Henderson at 110. Is that little Vega making all that noise? I think so. Mike LaRose, Team New Media. And the Napa Lane Joe Clark, also Team New Media.
Okay, but the name is the only thing that's wrong with this.
Yep,
Right?
sounds like, yep.
Okay. Try this again. Oh, okay.
Oh, big wheel stand for Mr. LaRose. 576 at 118. Joe Clark, 716 at 93. In the Nap Lane, Bob Bates, Team Cecil. Bob Hartnett. And the pickup truck, also Team Cecil.
I think that's correct.
Hartnett got caught leaking. Getting pushed over. And Bob Bates going to get a single run.
Yeah, first round. That's it. Yeah.
Yeah, they're good. Yep, you're good, fellow. Yep. All right, thank you.
578 and 118 for Mr. Bates. We got a little puddle or two to clean up. Just be a minute and we will be back. If you're still hungry for breakfast, you may be able to get in a little last breakfast sandwich or two. Heading on over to our concessions located behind the main grandstands. All right, apparently we have some serious liquid right on the starting line, so we're bringing out the Zamboni. Get that sucker cleaned up good, so we will be down for a few more minutes. We'll take advantage of the quiet. If racers, you're not familiar with run order, we're doing the first time trial, then we will be doing a separate time trial qualifier for the Race of Champions, and then we will be going into the first round of the Gamblers. Gamblers is going to be identical in format to yesterday with the $50 entry fee and a $30 buyback if you lose in the first round. So everybody get ready for that. We're looking forward to some great racing action today. We got the Gamblers. We got the Race of Champions. We got a lot of cars to get through. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Matt Consiglio from ESTA. Could we get you to the second floor of the tower, please? Matt Consiglio from ESTA to the second floor of the tower, please. Racers, tomorrow morning at 8 a.m., there will be a non-denominational chapel service put on by RFC. Location's going to be the second floor in the tower here. Will be the door on the left. Everyone is welcome to attend. It will run about 30 minutes. All right, we're back to racing. Great quick cleanup by our crew. First pair is going to be over in the Napa lane. Rich Wendler. In the Mustang, Fred Clark, Team New England. In the Mopar.
Steve's dealing with an issue. Yeah.
Hi, Matt.
Hi, Robin.
I missed you.
Oh,
Hey, you know AJ broke his car for street or
Yeah.
sportsman?
yeah.
He wants to drive a truck in sportsman weekend.
Okay.
Truck?
Cool.
Once you whatever you take first round, that's what you're gonna
Okay.
stick with.
Well, I just thought I'd let him know, but I didn't want to walk over to him.
No, I
But he must be.
oh, can we upgrade?
Oh, you upgrade. Okay.
Mopar.
How long are they going?
588, 117, and 644 for Mr. Wendler at 106.
One, well, not one time, no. All right, I'll ask him.
All right. St. Frank where? We're not sure. On the Camaro, Bob McAllister. Team Cecil in the Malibu. 6 flat, 113, 683 for Ware, 99 miles an hour. Bill Bugnan over in the far lane. Team Lebanon Valley. And Chris Gagne in the Fink Lane, Team New Media. Very clean S10 pickup. All right, we have a quick announcement. We have a racer in need. We're looking for Ford 9-inch, 456 gears, 28 spline axles. Go see Will Winthrop if you have it. Once again, Ford 9-inch, 456 gears, 28 spline axles. Please see Will Winthrop. Paul Werner in the long roof. Rob Reinert in the short roof. Reinert 714 at 94, 711. That's a good lucky number for Paul Werner, 98 miles an hour. Tom Spangler over in the Napa Lane, Team Island. Tom Scrifignano in the pickup truck. Team New Media. And that pickup truck gets there first, 653 at 102 to a 672 at 102. Next pair, Joe Dedrick. In the Napa Lane, Paul Northrop. Team New Media in the Chevelle. Mike Bryson. In the pickup truck, Team New Media, Keith White, Team Canada. In the Nova. Pickup truck 644 104, 681 for White, 98 miles an hour. Hey, we have another racer in need. We need a Bolt 9-inch ring gear bolt. Car number 56 Maple Grove. Once again, a 9-inch ring gear bolt. Car number 56 Maple Grove. Steve Long and Brian Willett, both in blue Mustangs. Steve in the older one. Brian Willett, 645 at 105, 676, 4 long at 100 miles an hour. Frank Falcone, 69 Camaro. Mike Fornwalt, 68 Camaro. Team New Media, Team Island. Fornwalt 604 at 111, 645 for Falcone at 106. All right, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Super Eliminator to 1 and 2, please. Super ET to 1 and 2. Next up, Kyle Gockley in the pickup truck, Team Maple Grove. Lebanon Valley's Dave Parker over in the Napa lane.
The rule just says it has to follow pro class. I think eventually they'll all shut those to pro.
Gockley 598 at 113, a 608 for Dave Parker at 111. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We need the team captain for New Media Dragway to the second floor of the tower, please. Team captain for New Media to the second floor of the tower. Next pair, J-Rock, Jason Hemingway, Team Esta. In the Fink Lane, Dave Harvey. Team Island over in the Napa lane. J-Rock 632 at 107, 675 for Dave Harvey at 103. One of the finalists in the Gamblers yesterday, Ray Thurston IV, in this very handsome four-door Plymouth Belvedere 2. Team Mason Dixon, Lee Rakovich in the Mustang, Team Island. Rakowicz 654, 102, a 667 for Ray, 101. Two killer Fox Body Mustangs up next in the Napa Lane, Sean Nichols, Team Lebanon. In the Fink Lane, former national champ Dan Casey, Team New England. Actually, it's a Capri, not a Mustang. Excuse me, I know there's people that would beat me for that mistake. Casey 568, 120. Shawnee is 646 at 106. In the Nap Lane, the winner of the Gamblers last night, Joe Valencia. In the yellow Mopar, Team Mason Dixon, Jason Mazzata. Team New England also had a very good day yesterday in the Nova. Mazada 618 and 111. Valencia 639 at 106. George Fisher, Team New England in the Camaro. That's 2019. And Paul Stalba, one of the Stalba Racing clan, Team Cecil. Fisher 631, 111, 688 for Paul at 98 miles an hour. Oh, I am just so happy. Danny McCloskey in the far lane. I'm not sure what year. I think that's a 77 or 78 Trans Am. I used to own a 76. So I like that. Team Maple Grove, Rob Zetterberg also had a great day yesterday. Team Island in the Monte. .605 at 112 for the Monte, 661, 102 for the Firebird. It does wheel stands. Mine did not do wheel stands, although I would have liked it to. Primer Camaro, James Bodmer, Team Mason Dixon. Team Island, Dave Harvey Jr. in the Valiant. Bodmer 669 and 102, 694 for Harvey, 98 miles an hour. Here's another car we didn't see yesterday, little Chevrolet Vega. I think it's the last car. Wow, Rich Sekula, Team Island. Sekula, last car down, goes 590 at 115. Super coming up next. I'm going to take a break and turn it over to the wild man, Elmer Wachter.
Hey, during the quiet time, too, let's remind you that Racers for Christ Chapel service tomorrow on the second floor of the tower. Come up the steps, left-hand door. Service approximately 30 minutes long. It's non-denominational, means it doesn't matter what kind of car you drive. Even if you don't drive a car, you're welcome to come up. So that's happening tomorrow, 8 a.m. Hey, the crew out there has done a fabulous job keeping the track excellent shape, and we appreciate that. Racers definitely appreciate it. Getting ready to come up with Super ET, their time shot for today. I saw Georgie Huff out there in the beginning. Once you get that early morning shot, see how it does. And Zachary Patricelli, left-hand lane. Georgie Hoff over in the right lane. Ford Fairlane and a long car, rear-engine dragster. Lebanon Valley's driver. Cecil County's driver. You know, if you know Georgie Huff, you can honestly say he's anybody's driver because he likes to make a lot of the different tracks. He's a racer at heart. I think on the back of his car it says, I may be slow, but I'm ahead of you. I'm pretty sure. Maybe it doesn't say that anymore. All right, both drivers very cautiously move it into the stage beams, trying to get it exactly right each and every time. Georgie a little bit on the red side, 004 and an 036 in lane 1. Runs a 516 to George's 694. And Team Canada, they say A over on the right-hand side. Randy Hodges and William Blaker. Lane 1 into Monte Carlo. Another Lebanon Valley car. New York. I don't know, they don't have quite the accent of downtown, the big city, this end of New York. Well, the Monte Carlo moved with an 011, but a stellar 1.488 for Team Canada. I think maybe you didn't let go of the button. 622 to a 559 for Randy. Looney Tunes. I'll tell you what, that fits a lot of people's. It's Edward Colaboretta. And Charlene. Right-hand side. 040 red, 004 green. Good light in lane 1. And he runs through a 599, 115 miles an hour to a 673 at 103. Sean Barrett coming up lane 1. Lane 2, A.J. Cowling. Chevrolet Camaro. Or if you're from the deep south, Camaro. .018 light to an .020 light. .018 for Sean. And he takes the stripe with a 660 to a quicker 610 for AJ. Camden Morgano and Dale Schaefer. Schaefer in the Camaro. He's got an estimate of a 548 on his car. I think that's 8. Team New England, Team Lebanon Valley. Got real long wheelie bars on that car. Better than half the length of the wheelbase. And he uses them. 007 red to 010 green at the stripe. 547 for Dale. Camden goes through 618. Number 1 Maple Grove car over on the right-hand side. Jason Amy does his burnout across the line. Competition's Jason Day in the Comet. Team Mason-Dixon Dragway, their number 5 supercar. .024 for Jason, .016 for Jason. So it was a Jason and Jason race there. 633 for Day, a 511 for Amy. Nice purge of nitrous oxide in lane 1. Young Huff over on the right-hand side. That's Danny Hoff doing the driving in the electric car. Mark gets there with a 6:07. Danny gets there with a 7:47. And that car prints tickets because he runs 7:47 at my track, too. Those electric cars pretty consistent. Hey, over in lane number 2, best engineered. Voted best engineered, Lynn Bowie doing the driving. Mason-Dixon Dragway's number 1 car. Left-hand side of your track, Jeff Allback out of Boyertown, Pennsylvania, racing for Team South Mountain. Double 09 for Lynn, 013 for Jeff, and a 470 at the big end for Lynn Bowie, a 662 for Jeff Allback. Next pair of cars coming up. Team Canada in lane 1. That's Taylor Summerfield. Steve Whitman over on the right-hand side. In his long car. Both drivers cautiously moving into the stage beams. Whitman hits the tree with an 018 to an 039 for Talon. And Steve goes through the big end. 476, 144 miles an hour. Good mile an hour to a 538 at 132 miles an hour. Andy Dolan, lane 1 in the door car Malibu. Our number 2 man at Mason-Dixon Dragway. Up against Kevin Billets. Team Lebanon Valley. He was in the final, I think, last night in Super. Is that right? So this was your last night's winner in the Super ET, right-hand side. That's a hardtail dragster, too, and I tell you, it's he marched right on through the field. Double 08 for Andy, 024 for Kevin. Kevin Quicker gets there first, 492 to Andy's 607 as he quickens up by 200ths over last night's race. Lugino Ramundo, lane 1. Joey Martz over on the right-hand side. Beautiful car. Let me tell you, that truck is like, it's a Bickle look-alike. March with an 019 to Laguino's 003. And March runs a 509, 136 to a 672 for Team Canada. Number 11 Maple Grove car coming up left-hand side of your track. That's Jen Murray doing the driving. Harley Parson on the right side. Island Dragway driver. Well, a black and red car will get there first and second. '80 Malibu over on the right side, a 2005. I don't know who built the chassis there. It's a pretty nice car. He hits the tree with a double 08 for the long car. Takes the stripe 493 at 140 to a 669 for Harley at 100 miles an hour. Broke the century mark. Caleb Klein, left-hand side of your track, Team Mason-Dixon Dragway, up against Connor Hebig. Connor racing for Team South Mountain. So a Dodge pickup truck versus a Chevrolet-powered rear-engine dragster. Let's judge them today by reaction time. 004 for Caleb. 054 for Connor. Connor to the stripe first with his 492 run to a 649 for Caleb. Coming up, Island Dragway's car, Andrew Provinsky, driving that Ford Fairlane GTF, 1967. Sits right down on the ground. Team Maple Grove over on the right-hand side is Zach Rothenberger. Zach in the Ed Quay car. Racing number 2 for Maple Grove. He's got a 922 on his quarter-mile dial-in plate. Hits the tree with a 005 and runs a 497 to a 575 for Andrew. Good run for both drivers. All right, this car has been a winning car here. Mursky from the South Mountain. That car had a driver in it that won a couple championships out to California and out to, well, I think both of them were out to California when Randy Krause had this car. And guess what? He's racing his old car over in the right lane, Randy Krause in his new car. Hoping to repeat and go out to Las Vegas. .051 to .025 lights side by side. 483 with a 7, 483 with a 6. Those cars are pretty equal. All right, Kermit. No, that's not Kermit. That's Carol Bell, right? Did I say that right? Bell. That's a tough word to pronounce. That's Team Canada, right-hand side. The next one is Eugene Stankovitz. Is that close enough? Yep. That's a good American name now, seeing how he's in America. They call him Gene. And he has a child named Blue Jean. Little Gene. No jeans. All right, Bo, look at them inching their way into that stage beam. It's amazing. 4-second cars. 009 hits the tree really well and runs a 488 to a 514 for Carol Bell. A lot of long cars here today. That's why we had so many traffic jams. The trailers are 55 feet long. All right, we got Team Canada, KC Kovacs.
Do we have anybody available? The restroom, lady restroom down by the go-kart track, I'm being told, is not clean and 3 to 4 days in a row.
And Michael Ferry over on the right side.
Yeah, I don't know if you have one of those guys from across the street that's supposed to help out once in a while. Like Jamie's doing fuel today.
050 to 027. 486 at the stripe, 142 to 731 at 92 miles an hour. Jack Vault and Robert Boyd, our next pair on the starting line. Nice looking cars. Hard leaving in lane 1, a 107.60 foot. Door car, 467 at 151 miles an hour. Now that's getting things done. 575 for Robert at 118 miles an hour. Made it look like he broke. I'll tell you what, you get a door car running 460s, that's pretty sweet. Yeah, what a bullet in that car. David Marone going to take on Caitlin Krause. You saw her dad a couple rounds earlier than this. She's in a brand new S&W car. She'll be 00 something, I would guess. We're going to find out here shortly. Girl's a nurse. Did you know that? Yeah. She was 008 on the wrong side of green, but that's okay. It's a practice run. 482 at the big end to a 647 for David. Emerson, nice cars. Thomas Racing. That's Mike Thomas doing the driving up against William Waters. William out of Charlton, Mass. New Hartford, New York in lane 1. Team Esta Dragway. Esta. Eastern States Timing Association or something like that. What is it? Empire State Timing Association. Okay. At the stripe, William gets there with a 480 at 143 to a 635 for Mike Thomas at 107 miles an hour. Good looking door car here. Late model Mustang. Not sure. Let's see the power plant in the Mustang. Check this out. 521 cubic inch Ford motor for Team Cecil County. James Mosher. Hey, Robert Hyatt on the right side. .049 to .011 lights. Robert gets there 5:06 to a 6:42 for James. Albert Ferrari, lane 1, Island Dragway's car. 377 cubic inch 74 Vega up against Rick Turkowski. Team Maple Grove car, long car. Wheels in the air for Ferrari. 005 wrong side of green to an 024. 472 for Rick and a 617. Must not have any front brakes on that car. 617 at 111. I would just all right.
Verify that car got front brakes or not. And he still cannot burn out across my starting lane.
Under power.
Under power. Which one was that? We have it down here, please. Okay.
All right, that's 50 cents to pick that back up. We'll sell that at the parts shop a little bit later today. Get the driver to sign it. It'd be memorabilia. So anyhow, that's Fred Jacobs, John Force's younger son. Jeremy Popple over on the right side. What can I say?
Parts called for Team New Media.
This is a need.
This is a need.
All right, he hits a tree with a 003. He's got that part of it down, and a 506 at the big end to a 611. Hey, listen, Team New Media needs a Moroso vacuum pump rebuild kit, number 97179. So if you have either the vacuum pump or a vacuum pump rebuild kit, Team New Media is in need. Once again, Team New Media is in need of a Moroso vacuum pump rebuild kit, number 97179, or for the Moroso 22641 vacuum pump. Wow, check that out. Matthew wheels in the air in the big car. Right lane, Iggy gets 000 light, runs 649 at 106 miles an hour to a 651 at 104. In fact, that's the best light I've seen up here in Super so far. All right, lane one's your winner of best appearing car, Andy Purcell. John Severling over on the right-hand side out of Team Maple Grove. .565 cubic inch, 41 Willys. It's a quick car, 002 red to 017 green. And the stripe, 571 to a 566 for John. Frank Berard coming up against James Carley. James, real good looking car. Chevy Cavalier. Nice paint job on that bad boy. Up against the Chevrolet Nova in lane one. Nova sporting 582 cubic inches of Chevy motor. Big motor. Not mountain motor size, but still big for bracket. Predicts a 6 flat on the Nova. See how close he is.
Yeah. All right, Brian. Well, you have a good weekend. I'll talk to you soon. All right, bye.
028 to 017 for James. James there first, 560 to a 583 for Frank. Really good runs for both drivers. They hooked and went. Chris Complone, Team Maple Grove, lane one. George Foster. Forrester's the top sportsman car. Team Lebanon Valley, right-hand side. .023 and .047 respectively, and at the stripe, check it out, 478 for Chris, a 514 for George Foster. I keep saying Forrester, but it's Foster. Like the beer. How would I know that when I don't drink beer? Well, we sell beer. Anyhow. Keith Losler and Mike Mackey. Mike in the little Daytona short car against a long car. Team New Media Dragway right hand side, Team Lebanon Valley left side. 003 to 006. Good lights for both drivers. And a 479 gets it done in lane 1 at 142 miles an hour. To Mike Mackey's 664 at 101. You know, if they quit making big block Chevrolets, wouldn't have any dragsters, except for maybe 2 or 3. All right, hunting for the starting line, both cars. It's still there. They put it there a couple years ago. Lane 1 found the bulbs. Plural, 2. That's Dana doing the driving in lane 1. And Steve Gregory in lane 2. Dana hits the tree 010 to a negative 004. And she takes the stripe with a 470, 148 miles an hour. Boy, that's booking. To a 494 and 139. Still the fastest one that is a door car, 467. I mean, we got some 450 dragsters, but only one, I think. Mike Rogers coming up from Team New Media Dragway up against Brian Recolitis. That's a tough name to say. Yeah, it sounds like you need to take a pill right after you talk to him. How about a 003 to an 023? And at the stripe, Recolitis a little quicker with the 464 to a 473 for Mike Rogers. Oh, got an error code up there. Yeah. It's magic. The man is magic. He's
Wayne
like,
is magic, yeah. No, you're magic, my friend. 2 Novas.
Danielle Bell and Mark Consiglio. Mark out in front. Mark 005, a little early on the tree, but still runs 672 to a 695. Yep.
So, Elmer, how was your season this year?
I had the worst season I've ever had,
You know, me too. Us too.
but I still got a good attitude about it. I got great racers, and they wanted to come, but the rain stopped them in the beginning of the year, and then that 100-degree weather, that didn't do us any favors.
Yeah, that beat us up too. We had four floods and 100-degree weather, and we tried doing something with Carlisle, and that didn't work out too well. They put the Fords and the Chryslers, but the GM Nats were terrible.
Melissa Wilson, that's a neat name, Melissa, up against, what is it, Braden Acker in Nova. Northern Virginia, that's what Nova stands for. Both cars. You got an LS motor in that dragster. That's kind of unusual, but it's a Mopar. Mopar motor.
Nice light, 006.
Yep. We've only had one 000 light so far in Super. That's unusual. Usually they're chopping that tree down, but they're not. It's not happening today.
I'll tell you, I was watching Sportsman and Pro. They were chopping it down
Yep.
and foot breaking.
What is it, Danielle?
Jelinas?
Jelinas, I guess.
Terry Beck.
I can say that name.
How's Kathy doing?
She's fair, but she's still with me. I don't know what's wrong with her.
Yeah, I know. That's still with me. Amazing, right?
Wheels in the air. Wow, nice hook.
Yeah, that was great. That Piggy was going up that right here. Nice.
616 to 622. That was a pretty close race at the bottom end. Another team, Mason Dixon here. David was runner-up last night in the super race. Sporting that small block Chevrolet motor. Running 560s. See how he does on this first run. Right-hand side is Jean Ann Zetterberg in the undercover dragster. I didn't see any covers on it, did you? How comes they call it undercover when it's above ground?
Undercover cop. I don't know. Jean Ann Zetterberg's in Oxford, New Jersey.
A little early, 028 to an 016. And at the stripe, 565 to a 513. Now one of these very rare Mustangs. You don't ever see these too often. They're hen's teeth. Ray Knight, I don't know where he found that Mustang, but man, I've never.
1993 vintage.
Yeah, but they only made them 1 year. Yeah, 1993.
That's a box by
Jay Dakin over the right side in a neat little pickup truck. Boy, that thing leaves good too. 001 to 020.
Yeah, Ray Knight's on the 001. Joe Duncan.
He hit nice 521 run for the S10 to a 610. You know, when you look at the wheels on these cars, and then the racers say, "I don't have any money." Hell no, they just spent their money on those wheels. Some of them are like $1,500 a wheel. Maybe his hands are made of leather.
Ladies and gentlemen, we can't dress you, so please put on all your safety equipment.
Right lane, CC6, or left lane, I'm sorry. Check in for all 9-second gear, please.
Run 632 at 107 to a 466. That was a nice run. At 149 miles an hour, just knocking on that $150. Larry McGowan Jr. over on the Lowry McGowan Jr. left-hand side. Right-hand side is Matt Taccone. Team Lebanon Valley's number 2 man. Or lady. I think Matt would be a guy, though, don't you? Is that a safe bet? Okay. We did good. Because I don't think the Democrats got a hold of him yet.
Marlboro or something. Oh, it's Marlboro, New York.
006 for Lowry. Told me he's going number 1 for me next year. 003 for Matt.
Yeah, so Larry's not really doing that well. Yeah, 003 to Buster beat him. I don't know. Douglas Stahl, Team South Mountain.
Where's that at?
Right there.
Is that Darwin Dahl's son?
No. It's not going. Is it?
I don't know. That's what I was asking. It's from Douglas, Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
It says Douglas, Massachusetts.
Yeah.
Is that where he's from?
Yeah, he's from Mass. Douglas Stahl came out and raced at the mountain. And that Doug Fallenbaum Sr. built that car.
Richard Cupertino. Island, or ND. Numidia Dragway. Hey, Team Canada getting decorated up there.
Go ahead,
Hey?
Canada.
Hey, we love you, I'll tell you. It's nice to have a northern country that's not trying to get to the United States. .462 to a .493 at the stripe. Douglas goes .493 and Richard a .462. A dose. David Hebig.
Team South Mountain? No, he's Island.
Yeah, Island Dragway. And David Selslick.
Con is with me.
434 cubic inches. That's a small block Chevrolet on that bad boy. Team New England. Team Island.
This Dave Hedman car is really a quick car. He was flying at South Mountain last weekend.
So, in order for her to run here, it is mandatory that she has an NED
017 and 106.60 foot. That's getting it done. 467 equals the door car. 147 miles an hour to David's 510 at 133. Boy, that's a good looking dragster over on the right hand side too.
I prayed for him that
The good thing is it doesn't say rain, it says showers, but it's every day.
Yeah.
Thursday to Sunday.
All right, what do we got? Nelson Bellot Jr. up against Ray Stanton. Bellot, pretty tough racer, 79 Malibu. Carries the wheels out about 100 feet. It's competition of 485 to Nelson's 585. Second separated him at the performance level, but that was a pretty impressive run. Ray Thurston, senior over on the right side. Paul Fitzgerald doing the driving chores.
Those Thurston's got some nice barracudas, don't they?
Yes, they do. They're Chrysler, blue blood. I mean, all in all. If it's not a Chrysler, it doesn't exist. Paul gets there first of a 594 to 115 miles an hour to Ray Thurston, 678, 98 miles an hour. Another pair of long cars. A lot of dragsters.
Super Pro.
We're typically more door cars than we are dragsters.
I don't have many tricks. How good you? They got the good ones, the guys that got it.
That's Todd Martin doing the driving in the left lane and John Dombrowski over on the right. Team New England, Team Island.
I got a front engine dragster in Super.
Wow.
Yeah, Ken Carr. I don't know if you've ever seen Spooky. Injected small block, the one injected small block. I'm not talking, I don't know what that light's red.
Both of them hit the tree pretty well. 013 to 010 and a 497 to a 516 at the big end of the track. Team South Mountain coming up. That's Richie Williams and Doug Fellenbaum. Doug driving a door car, right-hand side of the track. It's a 1971 Nova with 477 cubic inch motor. 555 cubic inches in the S&W car. Got a 469 prediction on his dial-in plate. We're going to see how close he is this morning here at Lebanon Valley Dragway. All right. There we go. Hopefully. There, both drivers are now in, stage ready to go. 0:22 light, a 1:06.60 foot time, and a 4:73. Had a 69 on his dial-in plate to a 6:18 for Doug Fellenbaum, 110 miles an hour.
Been running over. Doug's been racing with us. The sun was coming down. Something happened.
Heather Boyko, left-hand side, Team Numidia, up against Team New England's Jackson Waters. That's the court. No. I see the Corvette coming up that he can park in my garage if he wants to. All right. All right, two long cars getting ready to do battle here. Battle with the Christmas tree right now on a time run. Giddy up, go ponies. 002 pink. At the stripe, 468 to a 491 for Jackson. Look how good he did that. Got to be so proud. You know, the nice thing about the junior dragster program is you can teach the racers how you really want them to race. That's the neat part. All right, Team Cecil County, that's Steve Everett, left-hand side, and Anthony Zargali. .001 pink, 105.60 foot, and a 460 at 150 miles an hour at the big end. Anthony goes through 557 at 124. Oh, I think he's going to stage with the rear wheels. Yep. How did I guess that? Oh. Eugene Nichols doing the driving on the right. Jason Wilson on the left-hand side. Team New Media Dragway. .023 and a nice 008 light for Eugene. 474 for Jason Wilson. 496 for Gene. Bradley Givler, left-hand side. Kyle Core over on the right-hand side in the Chevrolet Nova. I thought he was driving a Chrysler. He might have broke that, huh? .013 to a 004 light for Kyle. And a 474 for Bradley. 648 for Kyle. Nice run for both drivers. Batman over on the right-hand side. Jamie Diamond, left-hand side of your track, out of Team Lebanon Valley. Running 540 cubic inches of, guess what, Chevrolet motor. God, am I smart. How about 615 cubic inches over on the right-hand side? That's a V9. Added an extra cylinder. Yep. Do we need them now?
Yeah, I got 4 in the lane.
I never announced for them to start with. 7 and 8 motorcycles to 7 and 8 for your time run this morning. Motorcycles to 7 and 8. Both of them on the wrong side of green in 012 to 003. But they get things done at the big end. 104.60 foot for Jamie. Runs a 448 to a 488. Michael Fitz taking the left-hand side of Lebanon Valley Dragway up against Andrew Bracuto. Team Maple Grove. Motorcycles can make their way into 7 and 8, please. You're coming out next. Two-wheelers and sleds, or sled singular. I think there's only one of them. Boy, Monte Carlo picks the wheels up and sets them back down. There's another 007 light to an 010. Andrew gets through 595. Michael Fitz goes through 652. Team Canada, Canada in lane 1. That would be Carn Murray. Cam Murray. It's old age up here. Bad eyes. Jack Nahr over on the right-hand side out of Boyerstown, Pennsylvania, driving a long car. .005 and .001. Cam with a .001 light and a 617 at the stripe. Jake goes through 503 at 135 miles an hour. God, a pair of door cars. That's the first pair of door cars we've had in a long time. Team Maple Grove, left side of your track would be William Carroll. All right, hit the tree, 009 and 008. 1,000 separate them at the stripe and at the big end. 593 to a 605 for Nancy. Or Harry. All right, we got Chrissy Klein and Vince Mussolino. Wow. 11 and 12 for New Media and Super. Imagine that. Pro Charger over on the right-hand side. Should be a very, very, very fast car. I predict maybe a 430 or a 425. What do I know? 412 at the big end at 169 miles an hour to a 458 at 151. That's your fast car on the property.
I put the Milwaukee on that guy years and years ago.
It wasn't like he was a million miles away, but no, but he still got his phone.
You want to do the bikes?
You tell me, I'll be more than happy to do bikes.
Okay. That's not a problem. Hey, Ron Klein, beautiful car. Man, absolutely beautiful car. I do like that paint scheme. And it's not paint, it's a wrap, but I still like it. Right-hand side of your tracks, Thomas Stobbs. Team Cecil County and Team New Media Dragway. We had 10, 11, and 12 right in the road there. They must be buddies.
That's the guy that had the fuel leak. So we want to get all our race champions in now, right? Yep.
All right, Race of Champions, listen up. Sportsman in 1 and 2 for Race of Champions time run. Pro into 3 and 4 for Race of Champions time run. Super 5 and 6 Race of Champions time run. Motorcycles 7 and 8 Race of Champions time run. Same lanes you've always been coming to, but now we want the Race of Champions cars. Qualifying run. Sportsman to 1 and 2, Pro to 3 and 4, Super to 5 and 6, motorcycles to 7 and 8. And if we had 9 and 10, we'd be all them ones that don't know what they're doing. Oh, we still got a leak. Had a little bit of fuel leak or something earlier. So we got a couple more supercars, and then we're going to switch into bikes, and I'm going to give the microphone back to Bill. He's been good enough to let me come up here and run my mouth for a little while. I don't ever get to do that at home because I'm married. Yeah. She's really a mean woman, but she's kept me straight for 45 or 46 years, I forget. All right, makeup run here, and Sportsman, it's a nice car. Getting ready to do his thing. That's Nicholas, right? Joe Coss.
C-O-S-S.
Okay.
He's a professional NASCAR TV announcer.
Well, I got 52 on my screen, so that my screen must not have updated.
Wrong number. Wrong number.
Mighty roar of that V8 as it goes down the track. Check it out at the big end. 741 at 90.6 miles an hour. This should be a radio station. Hey, by the way, 1075 is the FM station here while it's nice and quiet for those people that continually ask. And this will be turned over to Bill for the two-wheelers.
Thank you, Elmer. We are back to bikes, and I'm not even going to ask what that was. That was the motorcycle version of a Chinese fire drill, perhaps.
Yeah, but I got two guys down there standing Starline. You don't want to pay attention.
We start out with, in the pink lane, Mike Konopacki, Team Canada, and Vanderbilt Boyce Junior Team Maple Grove from Neptune, New Jersey. Konopacki, look at that. Trip zip on a bike. 529, 127. Boyce, a 544 at 129. Next up, Mike Vizzo. In the Fink Lane, Team New England. Up against our track champ this year by a mile, Matt Gazile. Ooh, I made a rhyme. Vizzo 529 at 128. Matt goes 566 at 125. Brian Canolis was one of the finalists last night. Runner up to Jeff Tisdale. Team Mason Dixon. He's on the red bike. Heather Bayman. Team Cecil in the other lane. Two good lights. Heather, 540 and 129. 584 for Brian, 120 miles per hour. In the Nap Lane, Lightning Tisdale. Team Lebanon up against another Lebanon bike, Ben Fish. John Tisdale, 559 and 124. 6 flat for Ben Fish, 113. More Lebanon Valley, Adam Sharon in the Fink Equipment Lane, the big white bike. Up against Haley Hamilton. Team Mason Dixon. Problems with Haley, and Adam's going to get a bye run. Look at that, a 10 light. 560, 425 miles an hour. All right, Haley's going to get another shot at it here. .634, 109 for Haley. Brandon McCombie. That nice black and purple bike. Team Esta. Boyd Mathias. Mason Dixon. Boyd, 566, 121. Brandon, 590 and 122. The red bike, Boyd Kleindienst. Team Mason Dixon. Haley Fair. On the white Hayabusa in the Fink Lane, Team Esta for Haley. Haley 561, 124, 583 for Boyd, 118. Hey, Race a Champion racers, if you are not in lanes already for your mandatory time run, you need to get there now, please. Same lanes you all been running, 1 through 8. Next pair here, Lawrence Curry, Team Cecil, Kevin Sutliff, Team Esta. Another black and purple bike.
Try calling the Indiana office. Where'd you send it into?
Lawrence Curry, 001 on a bike. That's pretty darn good. 581, 120.
Because I won't be able to follow.
Sutliff 551, 126.
275.
In the Fink Lane, Derek Sassari, Team Maple, up against Levon Curry. Also, let's see, Team Cecil County. Pardon me.
Bill, final call for race.
Sassari 540, 125, 584 for Curry, 119. Once again, ROC racers, final call for your mandatory time run. Jake Hamilton in the Fink Lane, Team Mason Dixon. Dawson Hosterman, Team New Media over in the Napa Lane. Oh boy. Dawson with some serious issues. 640 and 109 for Jake Hamilton. Jeff Tisdale, last night's Gamblers race winner, is in the Fink Lane, and Kevin Hamilton in the Napa Lane, Team Mason Dixon. Jeffro 561 and 115. Hamilton 599 and 114. Jeff Sassari in the Fink Lane, Team Maple Grove, and Lakash Curry, Team Cecil over in the Napa Lane. I really like Sassari's bike. That is a good-looking piece. Looks like one of the older Pro Stock bikes. And who knows, it could be. Sassari rockets to the finish line, 530 and 131. 607 and 118 for Curry. Next up, Keith Allison. On the Harley. Wow. Well, it's good we have one Harley. Chris Mealy over in the Napa Lane, Team Island. Mealy 568 to 124, 648 for the HD at 104. It is kind of funny. I think if you asked a layman what type of bike is most popular in drag racing, they'd all say Harley Davidson. Yet, we all know that's not true. If it ain't a Suzuki, it's in the minority. Scott McGrath and Darren Johnston up. Ireland and Canada. Ireland getting down there. 602, 116, 650, 119 for Darren. We are going to do a few minutes of track prep before we bring out the Race of Champions. They have one time trial, and then they are going to do their first round. After the first round, the Gamblers. A reminder to racers, the Gamblers could be in the same format as last night. So what you're going to do is when we call your class, you're going to come up 2 lanes, pull all the way up with your money. It's going to be 50 smackers to get in. We will come get your money. We are going to have first round buybacks for $30, 30. So 50 and 30. We don't take credit cards. It's going to be cash only. Sorry. And we will be back at you in a couple of minutes. Don't forget, concessions are open. We have switched over to the lunch menu. Hot dogs, hamburgers, cheeseburgers. We have award-winning French fries, chicken sandwiches, kielbasa dogs, all sorts of good food. So don't leave here without trying the French fries. They honestly did get the award for best French fries in the entire capital region. Here we go, the Sportsman Race of Champions qualifying run. We start out with kind of the long and the short end of the stick. Billy Kirpins, Lebanon Valley in the truck, and Sammy Snap from Scarborough, Ontario, Canada in the 2018 Fusion. I think the quickest car in the category, or one of the quickest and the slowest. Of course, eliminations will be handicapped.
They can't go over 735, right?
Kirpins broke his truck last night. They slapped a rear end in there. It appears to be happy. I didn't see Sammy snap up the front wheels on that. 739 for Kirpins, 90 miles an hour, 1096 at 64 for Sammy.
Here comes a pair of Dusters. 72, and it looks like a 73 or 4.
Jeff Filer from New Media Dragway, and in the red car, Richard Vose Esta in the blue one. Two decent lights. Filer, I think, will get there first. No, he won't. 742, 741. That was pretty close time trial.
Here's Susan Smith. Number 1 South Mountain. Great family. Smiths. Rob, her husband, and Matt. You got that wine green El Camino.
Sue Smith had 001 earlier. David Toms, Mason Dixon in the Fink equipment lane. Two decent lights. Tom's going to get there first. 751 and let's see, 90 miles an hour, 887 for Susan. 75 miles an hour.
She'll have a big block in there next year. They're putting together a big one right now.
The long roof, Dave Harvey Jr., Team Island. Love that car. Tyler Bennett over in the Napa lane, Team Cecil.
Brother and I raced one of those back at National Speedway.
We unchecked all that.
Duster 741, 92 miles an hour, 779 for Dave Harvey, 88 miles an hour. Next pair, Bob Smith, New England Dragway in the Fink lane, that beautiful 68 Camaro. Butch Weinrich, 74 Dodge Dart Sport Team Maple Grove. That's a car we've seen before.
Oh, yeah, many times. That's a tough hombre right there, let me tell you.
Maybe you gentlemen want to announce that.
What's that?
Smith a little late. Butch Weinrich, 003. That's not late. 742 for Butch, 91 miles an hour, 737 for Smith at 92. 735, the quickest you can go in this class, so he is right up there. We move on to pro. Hey, attention to all the teams out there. We're going to be judging the team spirit both during Team Spirit both during Race of Champions today and round 1 tomorrow. Pete Bushnell, here's a car that makes good wheel stands sometime. Team Lebanon and Randy Brownwell. Bushnell 589, 116, a 651 for Brownwell 104. Brownwell, excuse me. Mike Greiner, Team Maple Grove, nice 70. Chevelle in the far lane. Track champ at New England Dragway, another veteran, Jared Kinson. Kinson 011 light. Good side-by-side run there. 578 for Kinson, 575 for Grenier. Hey, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Sportsman gamblers to 1 and 2, please. Sportsman gamblers 1 and 2. If you elect not to gamble, we are going to have a second time trial session later in the day. Next up, DJ Clark, Team New Media, and Rob Zetterberg, Team Island, in the Big Monte Carlo. Both small block Chevy powered. Zetterberg 605 and 112, 673 for DJ Clark 101. Running for Team Cecil this year, Brad Taylor in the pickup truck. Team Canada. Wilson, 632, 109, 699 for Brad Taylor at 99 miles an hour. Scott Besaw, S to Dragway. He's deadly. Up against James Bodmer. Mason Dixon. He's for Elmer. Every time I see Besaw's car, I think about that Stray Cat song, Kiss Me Deadly. And Bodmer, 667, 103, 706 for Scott Besaw, 97 miles an hour. I think that does it for Pro. It does. Super. Race of Champions time trial coming up. The dragster, Jason Amy, Team Maple Grove. Shows you don't need a new car to win. This is a 1989 chassis. It's a hardtail and won the track championship. Far lane, Dave Miller, 84 S10. Sharp looking truck. Miller is Team Esta. Dragster, 512, 134. 643 for Miller, 107. George Hoff, Team Cecil. Pretty unique car, 66 Fairlane. I would expect that. I would expect that. Team Lebanon's points champ here, Mark Beaton, in the Fink Equipment lane. Beaton came from behind on the very last day of points to just eke out the title. His car, 2001 Dan Page built dragster. $475 for Mr. Beaton, 144, $694 for George. I think he may have clicked it a little early, only 97 miles an hour. Lynn Bowie, if you get a chance, look at this car up close. It is a brand new 2024 Diamond Race Cars dragster. The paint on the car is exquisite. It's fast and it works. It's probably where they got the idea. He's Team Mason-Dixon, John Robertson, the other lane. Team Canada in the Nova. Two good lights. 470 at 148 for Bowie. 573 at 120 for Robertson and the Nova. Next pair, Jeff Krashunki, Team New Media. Wow, that is purple. That's like the definition of purple. In the other lane, Justin McGuff, Team Island. 2016, I'm guessing that is a Race Tech car, although I'm not sure. That'd be a good name for a band. Highway Star, Space Truckin', Hush. Dragster now 494, 138, and Krashunki 561, 124. And look at the lights, 001 and 003. They are killer. Over in the far lane. Now here is a great one. Ken LeBlanc sold Mark Beaton his old race car, and you'll notice Ken's here, #1 at New England, and Beaton #1 here at Lebanon. Small block Chevy powered versus a big Chevy. LeBlanc's car, he also runs top dragster with this thing. Not sure why Albach went deep on that. LeBlanc 455 at 153, 665 at 105 for the little pickup truck. We move into motorcycles. Dave Ferguson, #1 sled at Island Dragway up against Don Hookway, New Media Dragway. Hookway 588, 119, 607 to 111 for Mr. Ferguson. Oh, I see a little nitrous oxide from New England's Ed Hughes in the Fink Equipment lane. And, of across the way is Kevin Sutliff, Team Esta, one of the purple and black bikes. You buy them as is from the Purple and Black Bike Company. $549, $126 for Sutliff, $567, $124 for Ed Hughes. Boyd Mathias and Mac Zile. Zile, the Lebanon Valley #1. Boyd Mathias from Mason Dixon. Mathias 008, 564, 122. 564 with a 7 for Mac Zile, 125. Next up in Fink Lane, Boyce Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt Boyce. I had it backwards. Mike Konopacki, Team Canada, over in the Napa lane. Boyce with Team Maple Grove. Konopacki 527 and 128 and 011 light. 542 and 129 for Vanderbilt to Boyce. Last bike, Heather Baymond, Team Cecil. Look at Heather, 009. Gets out of it early. Hopefully the bike's okay. 628, 72 miles an hour. All right, and we are just waiting for everybody to get settled in the staging lanes, and we will get going with the first round of the Gamblers race, starting with Sportsman. For the remaining classes, if you did not hear, that will be like yesterday, $50 entry into the Gamblers with a $30 buyback. Well, I hear engines. That's always a good sign. And sportsmen, if you're not locked and loaded, you need to be. We are starting. All right, attention in the pits. Racers, race fuel is going to be open until 1 o'clock today, an hour from now. So if you need race fuel, don't delay. Head on over. Located right behind the staging lanes. If you haven't seen the obvious signs, all the VP drums. All right, first pair, a couple of Camaros. Bill Cusa from Ireland. We'll be chasing Dennis Boyko from Canada. Left way early. Hukusa gets the win, 741 on a 738 dial. Next up, another Team Canada car. Chantel Pullman getting the head start over Charles Augustine from New Media. Oh boy. Augustine gets the win, had a huge starting line advantage, goes 2 over the dial, 744 on 42. Next up, I love this little Mustang too. Justin Kirkham, Team Cecil. Try to run down Ray Chandler. Both cars are green. And the Mustang goes 3 over Chandler, breaks out by 6. Gary Agar in the black Camaro. Try to chase down Dave Harvey. It's going to be pretty much a side-by-side race. Both Team Island Dragway. Agar breaks out. Dave Harvey dead on with the 4 with the 44 light for the win. Nick Beeler, guy that won last night. Going to be chasing Joe McLaughlin, Beeler from Cecil, McLaughlin from Maple Grove. This time, Beeler red lights. Unless he buys back, he's out. McLaughlin dead on with an 8 with a 33 light. That was a very good run. Team Lebanon's Nick Maynard will be giving chase to CJ Ketterer, Team Maple Grove.
What's that? Yeah, he went out. He had a talk. So we're actually within 5 minutes of yesterday. Yeah. And that's counting running right now. Yeah, I don't know where he comes up here.
Maynard about a month late. He breaks out. Ketterer 7 over with the 26 light gets the win. He got out of it early because Nick was nowhere near him. Tim Patterson, Team Esta, getting the head start over Tyler Bennett, Team Cecil.
We're right where we should be. Yeah. You ain't playing about that.
Nope. I'm certainly not.
Patterson goes red by 9 thou. Tyler gets the break, 742 dial. He goes 734. Boy, it's lucky he caught a break there. Here's Slammin' Sammy in the Fusion getting the head start. He's getting a head start over everybody. I don't even have to say it. He's racing Jeff Ronner, the luxury Buick. I can just picture myself driving that car slowly down the turnpike. Two good lights. It's going to be close. Ronner takes it 2 over. Sammy breaks out by 3. Jeff Filer and Dave Myers. Myers getting the head start. Team Mason Dixon. Filer, we just saw in the Race of Champions time trial. Myers goes red. Filer breaks out by 4 with an 11 light. He still gets the win. Something going on out there. Everybody's breaking out big all of a sudden. Ed Beadler in the Mustangs could be chasing Dave Tubman in the Camino Mobile. That is, no other car comes close to the coolness this El Camino exudes.
I was just saying because this is my personal account on the X.
I jinxed him. Tubman goes red. Beadler breaks out by 4 with 44 light.
Yeah, maybe.
Another one, my favorite, Dave Michelosco. 73 Javelin, Team New Media, Paul Corsley. Team Mason Dixon will be chasing him. Corsley with the hole shot and the win, dead on with a 5. Michelosco breaks out. Lebanon's Joe Koss will be chasing Nicole Adams. If you don't know this, pretty interesting. Joe Koss is a drag racing guy, but he makes his living as a TV announcer doing NASCAR races. He is extremely good at it. And he won the round. Nicole, red lights by 4 thousandths of a second. Joe will run it through, goes 7:38 on 7:43. Next pair, Mark Ketterer, the Dodge Aspen, will be chasing Greg LeBlanc, Team New England. Lights are very close. At the top end, Mark Ketterer, 1 over, breakout run by 7 for Greg LeBlanc. What is going on out there? Billy Kirpins and Megan Whiteman, almost a heads-up race. New England versus Lebanon. Oh, man. Megan welded Billy on the tree, but she breaks out by 4, and Kirpins, with a 5 over run, he was nowhere near her, gets the win. He must be sitting there thinking, what happened? He probably turned her loose at the top. Ryan Ager in the Barracuda, Todd Lipke in the Chevelle. Team Island versus Team Esta. Lipke, red lights. Ager gets the win, 7:40 on the 44. Howard Roberts in the Mopar, Wesley Lewis in the Olds. Mason Dixon versus Esta. Roberts gets it, got out of it a little early, goes 2 over with the 10 light. Wesley breaks out by 4. Next pair, look how clean both of these cars are. The Mustang and the Camaro, perfect examples of the breed. Joe Moreno in the Camaro, Bob Baker in the Mustang. New England versus Island. Moreno goes red. Baker, good light, 27. Let's see how far under he goes. See, I made a liar out of me. 7:41 on 7:38 for Robert Baker. Jeff Hannon in the Olds, Nancy DeSpirito in the Lavender Malibu. Hannon doing the chasing. Looks like he's already ahead. He gets the win, hits the brakes, 822 on an 820 with an 18 light. DeSpirito dead on with the 3, but light was late, so a whole shot win for Jeff Hannon. Next up, John Dixon in the Nova. Jim Schmidbauer from Lebanon Valley in the Malibu. Dixon with Team Maple Grove. The lights are close, and at the top end, it's the Nova, 2 over with the 29, beats a 3 over with the 36. Pretty good race. Al Noble in the Mustang, Richard Vose in the Duster. They are almost heads up here. Vose with the light. Vose with the win. 1 over with the 008. John Olcott. Maple Grove car will be chasing Brian Lind in the Camaro. Mason Dixon.
Bill, can we get Pro Eliminator 1 and 2?
Olcott gets the win in a double breakout. All right, attention in the pits. So attention in the pits. We need Pro Eliminator 1 and 2. Pro to 1 and 2. The bye run, if there is one, goes to Cecil 38, Mr. Stalba. Put it up 7, please. Lane 7. Ted Mealy, 60 Chevy Bel Air wagon. My God, I love this car. He's going to be chasing Todd Minard, Team Esta. The lights are close. Oh, Minard. Dead on with a 3, gets the win. He had the better light as well. Jeff Skirdick, Team Island, getting the head start in the Mustang. Scott Embley. The Blazer is going to try to fire on by him. Oh. Skirdick had a great light and gets the win. 1 over with 006. 21 pack. That's pretty good. Embley, way off the dial, unfortunately. Had a decent light, though. Next up, Dave Klein. South Mountain chasing Rick Hafer in the Buick. Team New Media. Hafer with the light gets the win in a double breakout. He's under by 2, Klein under by 3. Next pair, Frank Ware. Team Esta. Where? Mitch Spirit going to get the head start. Team Island. Spirit goes red. 28 light for Frank. breaks out by 2. Last night's runner-up, Russ Wilbur, getting the head start over Steve English, Team Esta. They're both too soon. The reddest gets disqualified. That was Steve English. Russ Wilbur gets the win. 821 on an 820. English was 4 thousandths redder than Russ. Jimbo Romagna going to be chasing Dave Murrin. Maple Grove chasing Mason Dixon. And Dave Murrin pulls it out dead on with the 6. Jimbo 6 over. He had the better light. It wasn't enough. Number 1 car from the Grove, Butch Weinrich, up against number 1 car from South Mountain, Sue Smith. Sue getting the head start here. I'll have to ask Mike what color they're going to paint this. Butch goes red. Sue Smith with round 1 win. 887 on an 889, and was that it? Woohoo! Pro coming up next. Pro Eliminator round 1 of the Gamblers. Start out with Nell Bilad Sr., car that won the national championship a number of years ago. He's going to be chasing Bob McAllister, Team Cecil. Nelson with Team New England. McAllister at a light gets the win. 2 over to 4 over. Margin of victory, 300ths of a second. Chris Croteau getting the head start in the Mustang Grande over Bob Bates, Team Cecil. The lights almost identical. And Croteau gets it. Bates breaks out by a couple. Croteau dead on with a 7. Tony Bonanno, Team Mason-Dixon, that bright red Chevelle, will be chasing Joe Clark, Team New Media. Another one, almost identical lights. Bonanno goes 4 over. Clark breaks out by 2. The big red car moves on to round 2. Dave Campbell, South Mountain, getting the head start over Frank Falcone, Team Island. Frank goes red. The Mustang stays in the picture. Breaks out by 3. Keith Werner, 67 Ranchero, Team Mason, will be chasing Dave Harvey, Team Island. Harvey with a big hole shot gets the win. Dead on with a 1-9 pack for Dave Harvey. Warner breaks out by a thou. That's really irrelevant. He wasn't going to catch that. Here's Pete Bushnell. With LG, Grant Nichols Jr. in the other lane. 2 Lebanon Valley cars and 2 tough customers. Number 1 and number 3 in the points this year. Grant welding them. An easy win, 4 over with 009. Bushnell dead on with a 1. But we can put it mildly, that was a whole shot loss. Next up, Dennis Core, the Hee-Haw, getting the head start over Kelly Fleming. This is going to be a fairly close race. Dennis with the light. Dennis with the win. Dead on with the 6 with the 17. Kelly breaks out by 5 thou. Hey, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Island Dragway. You have a package in the first floor tower office. Island Dragway. You have a package. James Young in the newer Camaro. Ken Hankins in the older one. James Young at light goes 1 over for the win. Hankins breaks out by 4. Boy, it just seems silly fast out there. We got a couple of darts. Mike LaRose chasing John Moore. LaRose, Team New Media, that is one bad race car. Good close race. LaRose breaks out by 3. Moore dead on with the 9 gets the win. Another only in drag racing pair. How about a 77 Nova versus a 72 Ford Pinto? Jean-Guy Renault in the Pinto, chasing Keith White in the Nova. Both Team Canada. Renault gets the win in a double breakout. He's under by 4, White under by 6. There we go. Gian Picozzi, Team New England. Racing a similar Mustang. Richard Wendler, Team Island. Wendler getting a little bit of a head start. Wendler goes red. Gino gets the win. 631 with a 9 on a 632. At least he was close. Next up, Mike Franek in the Mopar chasing Brad Taylor. Island chasing Canada. Eh? Island gets it dead on with 1. Taylor breaks out by 4 little ones. Hey, attention in the pits. Racer in need. We need a 5/16 6-inch bolt. Car Cecil 53 CC53. 5/16 bolt, 6 inches long. Hannah Bogus and Bob Reinert going at it. Hannah doing the chasing. Hannah gets the win in a double breakout. She's under by 3 little ones. Fred Clark in the blue car. Paul Aderulo in the flaming one. 2 pretty quick door cars with 5-second dial-ins. Laterulo had the light, couldn't run the number. Fred Clark, 1 over with the 63, gets the win by 12 thousandths of a second. Mike Grenier in the Chevelle, Sean Nichols in the Mustang. Maple Grove versus Lebanon Valley. It's close. Nichols with the light dead on with the 3 gets the win. Grenier breaks out by 6 thou. Now they're starting to get the dial-ins figured out. Now we're starting to get some good close racing. Paul Northrop in the Chevelle. Mike Maude in the Fox Body Mustang. Both team new media. Northrop 2 over with the 007 gets the win. Maude breaks out by 2 little ones. Matt Smith, husband of Susan Smith in this Dayglow orange. Huh? Joe Valencia, the winner last night of the Gamblers race, going to be chasing him. Valencia goes red, but Matt Smith 003 green. He goes 775 with a 5, an 8-pack. Wow. Joe, don't worry, you are not going to beat that. Hey, car number 53, CC53. We got your bolts for you here in the second floor of the tower, so come on up. Get your bolts. Car CC53, once again, second floor of the tower. We got bolts for you. Bob Hartnett and Rob Zetterberg. 2 good lights. Zetterberg chasing. 1 over with the 14 gets the win. Breakout run for Hartnett. Bob Gonier in the Firebird, getting the head start over Lebanon Valley's Dan McIntosh. They both go red by 4 thou, but Dan's was a little worse. He gets the red light. Gonier gets the win. 644 on 46. Ray Thurston, the 4th, coming up. He led a charmed life yesterday. Going to the finals of the Gamblers. Bobby Piperata. That very straight 66 Mustang notchback over in the Napa lane. Thurston gets the win. Dead on with a 0 with a 13 light, a 13 pack for Thurston. He picks up where he left off yesterday. Wow. All right, we got the battle of the mighty S10 pickups. New Media versus Island. Tom Scrifignano versus Tyler Weicker. Scrivignano had the light, but he breaks out by 4. Tyler Weicker breaks out by 2, gets the win in a double breakout race. Here's J-Rock, Jason Hemingway, racing for Esta. He's going to be chasing Haley Clough, Team New England in that Silver Nova. J-Rock 002, Haley goes red. 1 over, 13 pack for Jason with the win. Scott Besaw, hi, I'm Deadly. Nice to meet you. Brian Willett, Lebanon Valley, doing the chasing. Brian Willett goes red. Besaw, Deadly in this one. 704 on an 07 for the win. Team New England, Wayne Seavey. Sharp looking 71 Vega. Getting the head start over Clay Garber's 70 Skylark. Garber goes red. Seavey gets the win dead on with the 6. The light of 64. Mike Fornwald, Terry Lee, almost a heads-up race. New Media versus Esta. Mike Fornwald gets the win dead on with a 6 to a dead on with an 8. Had him by 100th in the light. Very, very close race. Chris Gagne up next. What a gorgeous truck this is. Great body work, great paint. He's going to be chasing Brownwell, Randy Brownwell, Team South Mountain. And Gagne, just like my spiel a little too much, he goes red. Brownwell, 645 on a 50 for the win. Next pair, Mike Bryson, Media Dragway. In the pickup's going to be chasing Kevin Core, that gorgeous Dodge Demon. Team Maple Grove. It's kind of funny, like Plymouth Dusters are a dime a dozen, but the Dodge Demon, which is the same car with like different grill, that's like, ooh, that's an expensive collector's car.
All right, well, I just want to give you a very good thank you. If you sit in the seat, he is right there. All right, see you later.
Kevin Core goes red. Pickup truck, 642 on the 47 for the win. I don't know if all these guys are like trying to hold 5 or 6 or if it's just really quick out there. I'm guessing it's pretty quick. Greg Lefkin in the Nova, Bob Dunlap in the Camaro. And what happened? Now, you may not believe this, but Bob Dunlap has won this round with a 40-second reaction time. Lefkin went red, and he broke out. Dunlap definitely did neither of those things, so he's coming back for round 2. That was pretty amusing. Next up, Callie Klein, the Yellow Yellow Demon. Another collector's car up against Joe Rodriguez. Team Island in the Camaro. Almost a heads-up race. Callie Klein, 2 over for the win. She was late. Joe Rodriguez was later. He's dead on with the 6, lost in a hole shot. Chris Corleone, 65 Malibu, another show quality car. He's going to be chasing Dan Hanley in the Olds. So many show quality cars here. It is amazing. I am glad I do not have to pick a best appearing car. Corleone goes red. Dan Hanley gets the win, dead on with the 7. These colors don't go together. David Trout in the Mustang, getting the head start by 1 second over George Fisher, Team New England in the Camaro. Trout goes red. Fisher, 3 over for the win. Two Lebanon Valley cars over in the Napa Lane, Bill Bugden. And the Fink Equipment Lane, the Ersatz police car, Anthony Johnson. Look at that, almost a second head start for Bugden.
Okay. Sure, absolutely. Yeah. Say that again? What program? Oh, that was your Dragway?
Bugden with the light. Bugden with the win. One over with the 40. Beats a dead on with the 95. Whole shot win for Bill Bugden. Jason Focarino in the Malibu. Andrew Bracuto in the Firebird. Team Island, Team Maple. Bracuto dead on with the 6 with the 22 light, gets the win. Focarino breaks out by 3. Matt Wilson, Team Cecil. In the blue Camaros, could be chasing our own Bob Stockwell in the Mustang. Stockwell welded it. He gets the win. One over with the 007. Wilson breaks out by 5 little ones. Another Lebanon Valley car, Joe Grasso, the bright yellow Chevelle, will be chasing Paul Werner from Maple Grove. That's another advantage of racing a station wagon. You have all those windows and you have room for all the stickers. So Werner tapped the brakes at the end. He had the whole shot, gets the win, 2 over 713. Next up, Mike LaRose in the Vega. Dave Parker, Lebanon Valley in the Camaro. LaRose from New Media. Slide edge for Parker, but he breaks out by 4 little ones. LaRose, 4 over with the 35, gets the win. Steve Long and Kyle Rice. Long from Cecil, Kyle from New England. 3/10 head start for the Mustang. Kyle Rice, red lights. Long gets the win, 1 over with the 71 light. Lee Ratzkovich in the Mustang, Dave Harvey in the Le Mans. Both Team Island. Lee hangs them high. She takes the loss in a double breakout. Harvey under by 3 thou. Lee under by 5/100ths. Nate Mendenhall in the pickup truck. Ski Viveros in the Vega. New England versus the Grove. Another double breakout. The Vega takes the win under by 1 single thou. Once again, Cecil County car CC53. You were looking for some 5/16 bolts. We have them. Second floor of the tower. Car CC53. Come up to the second floor of the tower. Trish Witt. Going to get a little bit of a head start, and Paul Scribani in the Camaro is going to try to run her down. Team Cecil, Team Lebanon. Lights are dead even. Scribani gets the win dead on with a 0 with the 25 light. Trish was 2 over with a 23 light. Great run for Paul Scribani. Back another Lebanon Valley car, the little black Mustang, Mike Block. He's going to try to hold off Kyle Gockley, Maple Grove, in the pickup truck. Block had light. 007 dead on with a 9/16 pack for Mike. Gockley breaks out by 3. Two Fox bodies, but one isn't a Mustang. That's Dan Casey. It's a Mercury Capri. He's going to be chasing Christiana Hubbard. Team New England, Team Esta.
I like that. I was like, that. Guess that works out. Then we'll get super to 1 and 2 if there's a bye, Iggy Falcone.
Two great lights. Casey ekes it out. How about a 13 pack? Dead on with the 4 with a 009. Christiana had a great light, a 10, but she was 4 off. Hey, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Super Eliminator to 1 and 2. Super to 1 and 2. Iggy Falcone. If there is a bye, it belongs to you. Please go up lane 7, Iggy. Matt Consiglio. Fred Johns, almost a heads-up race, 100th between the dials. Esta versus Mason Dixon. And Consiglio gets it done. Both of them way off the dial. John Kalaga and the Cougar. Cougar Kalaga. Team Cecil will be chasing Don LaRusso, Team New England. Another side-by-side race. Except somebody's a day late. And it wasn't the Cougar. Only needs a 670 on a 664 for the win. Next up, Tim Diglio in the yellow Camaro, Team Esta, up against George Carrera, Team Canada, in the Beamer. Diglio goes red. The Beamer gets a free ride. 606 on a 604. In the Napa Lane, John Hedenberg. Team Maple Grove up against Dave Hubbard, Team Esta. Hedenberg with the light and the win. Double breakout, under by both of them under by 2. Hubbard under by 2 thousandths more. That was the margin. New England's Jason Mazzata in the Fink Lane, taking on James Bodner from Mason-Dixon. I'm guessing it's Team Maple that's got the Hawaiian shirt day, and I am digging there are some really cool Hawaiian shirts out there. Bodmer with light in the wind, 2 over with 828, puts out Jason Mazzata. Next pair, Joe Dedrick in the Camaro, Joe Henderson in the Nova. Maple Grove versus New England again. Dedrick has the light. Dedrick has the win, dead on with the 2. Henderson breaks out by a couple. Next up, Frank Ware, Team Esta, getting the head start over New England's Paul Laurenti. And Ware gets it. Red light for Laurenti. Mike Riley. This car did a crazy wheel stand last time up against Tom Spangler. Spangler from Ireland, Riley from New England. Riley gets the win, 2 over with the 22 light. Spangler dead on with the 43 light. Margin, that was close. Margin victory, 3 thousandths of a second. Dane McCloskey in the Trans Am. Actually, it's not a Trans Am. Doesn't have the fender vents. Those are probably fiberglass fenders. Anyway, Brian Lind in the other lanes could be chasing him. Reaction times 1 thou apart, and Brian Lynn dead on with 1 gets the win. Michael Olson, Island Dragway in the Mopar. Bob Smith, South Mountain in the Chevy Nova. Mike Olson gets in a double breakout, under by 2 to under by 4. It's not possible, is it? Yes, it is. Round 1. Ending with the single for Paul Stalba. Alrighty, here we go. Super Eliminator. Gamblers round 1 started off with Lebanon Valley's Bill Blaker III. He's going to try to hold off Harry Olson, Team Canada. 66 Mustang Fastback. Blager goes red, but look at Olson, 009, dead on with the 6. 15 pack for Harry.
You must have put one of them first. Like, one of the nickel. You must put nickels first. You know what I'm saying?
Next pair in the Napa lane, Randy Hodges. In the Dodge Daytona, Lebanon Valley's Zach Patricelli going to try to run him down in his Ed Quay dragster. Hodges goes red. Zach, a 10 light, dead on with a 9-19 pack. Great way to start the day. Dan Galinas had a great day yesterday in the Porsche Roadster. In the other lane, George Hoff. Team New England versus Team Cecil. Galinas rolled the lights. That's it. Tough break for Galinas. Hoff gets the win, 692 on 694. Andrew Pravensky, what a sharp-looking Ford Fairlane. From Ireland, he is going to be chasing Charlene Lepp, Team Canada in the Little Mustang Fox Body. Charlene gets the win, one over with the 008. Pravensky, good run, but not good enough. Lebanon Valley's Jamie Dimon. That's a fast car. Roots blower on a big block Chevy up against Braden Acker. Team New Media. 66 Chevy Nova Business Coupe. The lights are close. Jamie cannot run him down. Acker dead on with the 6 with the 20 light, gets the win by 17 thousandths of a second. Next up, the head start going to Camden Morgano, 79 Chevy Monza. Chasing him, South Mountains, Connor Hebig. Connor left before the tree even came down. He won't get in elapsed time. Morgano, the free ride, but dead on with a 4. The light was the 37.
Well, I understand there's no holding, but it says I had 9 seconds left on the auto start.
Next up, Jason Day, 66 Mercury Comet, up against Harley Parson in the Malibu. Parson broke out by a couple of thou. Jason Day dead on with the 3, gets the win. He had the better light too. Morris 10 pickups. S10 pickups are becoming the Chevy Novas of yesterday. There are just so many of them. Sean Barrett in the Fink Lane, Mason Dixon, Jeff Alabach, number 1 truck from South Mountain. And Sean Barrett gets it. Alabach breaks out by 9 thou. Both run the exact same ET. 661 with 1. The problem is, one was dialed in at 660. The other is a 62. Lebanon Valley's Ed Colboletta in Looney Tunes car, getting the head start over Justin McGuff in the dragster. Team Island Dragway. Ed goes red. Justin dead on with 1, gets the win. Steve Gregoire, number 10 car from New England Dragway, is going to be chasing on Mark Godding. The nitrous oxide assisted, I think that's a Camaro. No, it's not. It's a Firebird. Team Canada. I love the graphics on the side of that car. It's so cool. Gregoire had 100th in the light, goes dead on with an 8 for the win. We are starting to see some deadly racing here. Where's the guy with high oh, different class. Talk about clean race cars. Look at these two. Dale Schaefer's 92 Camaro, Team Lebanon. Andy Purcell's amazing Willis from Mason Dixon. Purcell is late. He still gets it in double breakout. He's under by 2. Dale under by 3. The Willis stays in the picture. Larry McGowan in the dragster. Team Mason-Dixon's going to be chasing Jeff Krasinski, the purple race car eater. New Media Dragway. Man, you just can't get any more purple than that car. One over with the 14 does it for Jeff. Larry breaks out by 4 little ones. Legino Ramundo, Team Canada, getting the head start over Joe Martz, Team Mason-Dixon. Martz with the better light and the win, dead on with the 5 with a 12-17 pack for Joe Martz. I really don't know what's going on. Oh, we got the electric car over in the Napa lane. I don't know. I know it's Team Cecil. That's all I know. Chris Campione in the dragster going to be doing the chasing. And the electric car gets the win. 007, dead on with a 9, a 16 back for the Tesla. Campione dead on with 1, but he had a 30 light. Not good enough. Yeah, that was a shocking win. Sorry, I couldn't resist. Nell Bila Jr. Could be chasing Doug Thullenbaum, Team New England, Team South Mountain. Nelson goes red by a little one. Fellenbaum, 618 on 620 gets the win. Dave Beauchamp had a great night last night. Didn't quite get the win, but got close. Jason Amy, number 1 Maple Grove guy, going to try to put him out. Dave broke out by 3 thou. Jason, 1 over with 22 light, gets the win. Joe Dukin, Team New Media. What a sharp truck that is. 87 S10. We'll be chasing Andrew Dolan's Malibu. Dolan with light, but it broke out. Dukin dead on with the 5 with the 30 light, gets the win. Mike Rogers could be chasing Jake Narr. New Media chasing Maple Grove. Two strong, very strong teams. Mike Rogers dead late. Jake Narr, 002. Oh my God, a 4-pack for Jake Narr. 002 dead on with the 2. Best run of the day so far, I believe. Casey Kovacs in the dragster, Team Canada, chasing James Mosher. In the Mustang, Team Cecil. Kovacs, 008, dead on with an 816 pack, takes out Mosher. He was dead on with the 9, but had a 32 light. Grant Nichols developed a very interesting way of doing burnouts with this car. We'll talk about that later. He's in pretty much a heads-up run with Jen Murray from Maple Grove. Grant with the light, but he breaks out by 9 thou. Jen Murray, 20 light, dead on with the 4, gets the win. I know that's Doug Dahl over there. Lightning chassis car. He's had that for a long time. He's going to be chasing Caleb Klein. Doug racing for South Martin. Caleb for Mason Dixon. Caleb, an 8-pack, 002 dead on with a 6, puts out Doug Dahl. Doug actually closer to the dial and dead on with the 2, but he had an 18 light. Isn't that terrible? The 18 light was just too slow to get the win. Man, it's getting nasty out here. Pair 4 second cars in far lane, Zach Rothenberger from Maple Grove up against Keith Lozier from Lebanon Valley. Rothenberger goes red by 5 thou. Lozier, 004, goes under by 1,000th for the win. Todd Martin, Team Island, could be chasing John Robertson's Nova. Robertson racing for Team Canada. Dana Beauchamp up next, taking on Ray Thurston the third. Thurston, Team New Media. Dana, Team Mason-Dixon. Dana goes red, 3,000. Thurston had 007, goes dead on with an 8, 15 pack for him. Dana, it's okay. You weren't going to beat him on that run. Wow, that's cool. Taylor Summerfield, Team Canada. That is an S10. He's got a tough customer in the other lane, Randy Krause, Team Mason-Dixon. Pickup had the light, but he breaks out by a couple. Krause dead on with a 0 with a 21 light for the win. Here's my favorite dragster, Lynn Bowie. It's just so tasteful. Diamond Race Cars built dragster. He's going to be chasing Kyle Core, Team New Media. Very nice looking Nova. A double red light. Core went 1,000th more under. Spoe gets the win for 70 with the 5 on a 471. Next up, Dave Hebig from Ireland. Almost a side-by-side race with Rick Turkowski, Maple Grove. Hebig, 001 light and double breakout. He breaks out by less and gets the win. In the Napa lane, George Foster, Lebanon Valley up against Will Winthrop, Cecil County. Will Winthrop did get out of it, I think, a little early. Yeah, he did. A little early. Goes 6:34 on a 32, 004 light. George had problems and rolls through. If Will had broken out, he could have picked up a win there, but Will was sharp enough to do that. We see that more on a weekly basis with the experienced racers here. Most of them are going to be situationally aware. S&W car, that's Richie Williams, Team South Mountain. He'll be racing Jack Vol, Team Esta. It's got a spare pipe from the motor sticking through. Almost looks like the engine is like trying to escape from out of there. The door car is chasing the dragster. The Mustang, 3 over with the 007, gets the win. Williams breaks out by 7 thousandths. Volt had a 007 light, by the way. So Frank Berard broke his dragster and he borrowed his daughter's car, which runs great. That's her down by the starting line, basically saying over and over in her head, "Dad, don't break my car. Dad, don't break my car." He's going to get chased by Kevin Billets, the winner of the Gamblers last night. The lights are close. Lori, your car's fine. But he didn't win. Billets, 1 over with the 23, gets the win by 12 thousandths of a second. Jason Wilson in the dragster, Team New Media, up against James Carty, Team Maple Grove, sharp-looking Chevy Cavalier. Guessing that might be an ex-comp car. Lights even. Wilson gets it and double breakout. He's under by 1 thousandth. Carty under by 4 thousandths. Carol Bell over in the far lane in the dragster. She's going to be chasing Melissa Wilson in the dragster. Team New Media. Carol racing for Team Canada. Oh boy, Carol was late. Melissa gets an easy win, 4 over with an 11 light. Carol dead on with the 9, lost that one on a hole shot. Mike Fitz, Team Canada, getting the head start here over Caitlin Kraus, the S&W sponsored dragster. Caitlin with the light. Caitlin with the win. 1 over beats a 1 over. The light's 003 to an 013 margin. 4 thousandths. To my New England buddies here, Al Cowing in the Camaro, Billy Wooders, a.k.a. The Hook, in the Dragster. Worders 1 over for the win. Cowing breaks out by 1 exactly. Two Gen 2 Camaros. Lebanon Valley's Boney Maroney getting the head start over Island's Terry Benton. Boney with the light, but he can't run the number. Benton dead on with the 5, gets the win by 2 thousandths of a second. Al Ferrari in that gorgeous Vega going to get the head start over John Selvering. Selvering from Maple Grove. Ferrari from Island. Actually, Ferrari's from Italy, but different Ferrari. And Selvering takes it, double breakout. He's under by 2, Ferrari under by 3. Next up, Estes, Anthony Zagarelli. In Corvette, John Dembrowski. The far lane team, New England in the Dragster. Dembrowski 1 over with 26, takes it. Dembrowski. Zagarelli takes it. Sorry about that. Dembrowski breaks out by 1 thousandth. Lebanon Valley, Matt Taccone in the far lane, getting the head start over Bradley Givier. Team New Media. Two good lights. Givier gets it dead on with the 2 and 10 light 12 pack. Taccone 1 over with the 13. That would have won a lot of races, but not that one. Next pair, Danny Bell racing for Team Canada, getting the head start over Jeremy Popple. Team New Media and the Monte Carlo. Popple has the light, but he can't run the number. Danny Bell, 1 over with the 27, gets the win by 8 thousandths of a second. William Carroll, Maple Grove and the Monza, going to be chasing Mike Mackey and the Daytona. Man, that car looks like too stock to be dialed 666. Maybe there's like some magic in that dial-in. I don't know. Ooh, there could be. No, that's because he didn't run 666. He went 665. That's the deal. Carroll, 1 over with the 27 light, gets the win. Far lane, Dave Cieslik. Team New England going to be chasing Matt Himes. Team ESTA. Cieslik runs him down. 2 over with the 25. Breakout run by 100th for Matt Himes. Oh, now we got a couple of hitters from New England Dragway. In the Napa Lane, Jackson Werters. In the Fink Equipment Lane, the legendary Ray Knight. Hey, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Motorcycles to 7 and 8 for the gamblers. Motorcycles to 7 and 8. This is your final call. And Mike Konopacki, you got the bye run if there is one. Dead even on the line, and Jackson gets it. Ray Knight breaks out by 3 thou. Jackson dead on with the 524 pack. Pretty good for Jackson Werters. Mark Consiglio, Team ESTA. Man, that's a bright green. That hurts my eyes. Going to try to hold off Bob Hickey from Maple Grove. Mark from ESTA. I think I said that wrong. Dragster with the light, Dragster with the win, 11 pack, dead on with the 7, 004 light. Consiglio was late. Fun race here. Dick Copperdino racing for Team New Media. Going to chase down Ray Stanton, number 3 car from Lebanon Valley. Two tenths, the head start for Ray Stanton. Stanton with the light, Stanton with the win, dead on with the 6 with an 11. Coppertino dead on with a 4, but with a 22. My old friend Paul Fitzgerald in the Chevy Nova from New England Dragway. Try to hold off Gene and Zettenberg. Team Island in the green dragster. The Magic Hat sponsored car. She goes red. Paul was a little late, but he gets the win. 595 on the 594. Next pair in the Napa lane, Steve Everett. Cecil County up against Chrissy Klein, Team New Media. And yes, Chrissy, I still like your car better. Dead even on the line. Chrissy, 1 over, takes it. Everett breaks out by 7th thou. Talk about hitters over in the Napa lane. Tommy Stalba racing for Cecil up against Heather Boyko racing for New Media. Oh boy. Heather 001 and 1 over 13 pack takes out Stalba. Stalba 1 over, but with an 11 light. That just almost seems stupid to me to say you had an 11 light and you were late, but he was late. In the Napa lane, Brian Reclitus going to get the head start over Jimmy DeChaco racing for Team Esta. Jimmy is a bit late and breaks out. Reclitus, 22 light, dead on with a 2 for the win. Rob Hyatt, Team New England, not Team New England, Team Canada, backing up. And Dave Henry, Team Esta. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Race of Champions cars. Your second time trial is coming up, so bring him up to the lanes just like last time. Race of Champions. It's time. Almost a heads-up race here. Dave Henry and Rob Hyatt. Hyatt had the light. Hyatt gets it in double breakout. He's under by 3. Dave Henry under by 6. Wow. Robbie Boyd in the Camaro. Andrew Bercudo in the Monte Carlo. I've never seen a Monte Carlo fly like that. He gets the win, too. 18 light beats a 002, dead on with the 1. Boyd off by a couple, margin of victory, yep. 9th out. Last pair, Cam Murray and Iggy Falcone. Iggy was going to get the bye. There ain't no bye. Iggy goes red by Thou. Cam 003 green. 19 with the 9 on a 20 for the win. All right, attention Race of Champions winners. Attention ROC winners. The best reaction time from this time shot will get you a $50 Summit gift certificate, which is a really good thing. So we will be checking. Motorcycle gamblers. Kevin Twardowski, Maple Grove. In the blue bike, Mike Vizzo on the red bike. Almost a heads-up race. Only 800 separating them. Vizzo left way too soon. He is just rolling through. Twardowski only needs a 553 to get the win. Next pair, Darren Johnston, Team Canada, Haley Hamilton, Team Mason Dixon. Darren goes red. Haley with the win, 631 on 633. Larry Curry and Magdazile going at it. Cecil versus Lebanon. Curry's on time. Curry an easy win, 5 over with the 14 light, and that was nowhere to be found. Next pair, Derek Sassari, Maple Grove. He's in the Fink Lane. Vanderbilt Boyce over in the Napa Lane. Team both of them, Maple Grove. Boyce with the light. Boyce with the win. 1 over with the 17. Beats 2 over with 25. Margin victory, 19 thousandths of a second. Boyd Kleindienst will be chasing Ben Fish. Ben had the hole shot, backs into him, 2 over with a 23 for the win. John Lightning Tisdale up next. Pretty much a heads-up race with Haley Fair. Haley goes red. Tisdale 006 goes 558 for the win. Brandon McCombie in one of the purple bikes, getting the head start over Boyd Mathias, Esta, and Mason Dixon. Brandon goes red. Boyd 005, 563 on a 65 for the win. Adam Sharon, Team Lebanon on the Fink Lane. Brian Canolis, Team Mason Dixon in the Napa Lane. 2 really good riders on tap. Dead even on the line, and at the top end, Adam Sharon dead on with a 0 with a 12 light, a 12 pack for Adam Sharon. Canolis breaks out by 4 hundredths. He had the better light, a 10 to a 12. Jeff Sassari on the yellow and white bike up against Kevin Hamilton. Maple Grove, Mason Dixon. Cesari goes red. Kevin Hamilton. Actually, he left too soon, too, but Cesari was worse. Hamilton goes 1 over for the win. Here's the other purple bike. Kevin Sutliff will be chasing Levon, Curry, Esta, and Cecil. Sutliff dead late. Levon, easy win. 1 over with the 22. Jeff Tisdale over in the Napa lane. He's going to be chasing Jacob Hamilton, Team Mason Dixon. Jeff with the light. Jeff with the win. 560 on a 559. 011 light. Boy, since he fixed the motor, that bike has picked up a lot. Chris Mealy and Dave Ferguson. Ferguson on the sled. Ferguson with the win. Mealy goes red by 0.02 of a second. Ferguson dead on with the 5. Yeah, I know this is the end because Mike Konopacki would have had the bye if there was one. Instead, he's got to race Scott McGrath, try to chase him down. McGrath goes red. Konopacki, 12 light. 1 over, gets the win. We're going to do a few minutes of track prep here, and we will be back.
There we go. All right. Billy Kirpins and Sammy Snap. Billy 012 light. 017 for Sammy Snap. And at the other end, 739 for Billy Kirpins. Again, this is qualifying, right? Am I correct, Bill? Yes. Yep, time shot. 017 for Sammy Snap. Up next, this gentleman's been at South Mountain, Jeffrey Fella, in that 340 Duster, 72 vintage. Up against David Toms and his dot. It's 440 in that thing, 68 dot. Mason Dixon, turn on the red light. 004 for Jeffrey Filer. Jeffrey Filer. I got to get his name right. Bill's having a little lunch break. I figured you don't mind hearing this Long Island guy from South Mountain Raceway.
Oh, I thought you were from Louisiana.
Yeah, sound Tennessee maybe. I got to tell you what a story we had when we went to Tennessee. Went to go see that Vice Grip Garage guy. It was awesome. My son was doing a show with him or something. All right, up next, Robert Smith and Richard Vose. This is the Robert Smith, but a different Robert Smith. He's driving a 68 Camaro with a 502. No vent window. Up on the converter now. Richard Vose in that 75 Duster. Richard Vose has a 045 light. Goes 741, 737 for Robert Smith. Look at this long. There's a Nomad station wagon, 68 vintage. My brother and I both raced. We raced one of these many years ago. And this has got a 383 stroker in it. And against the 67 Chevelle of Susan Smith, our number one from South Mountain Raceway. She's bumped in. These are 013 for David Harvey Jr. in that Nomad wagon. Susan Smith, 052. On the other end, the Nomad wagon gets there first, 778 for Dave Harvey. And Susan Smith goes 888. All right. Last of the number ones here, 72 Plymouth Duster of Tyler Bennett. Tyler Bennett. From Williamstown, New Jersey. Let's see how. Oh, it just goes red by 007. Who's 007? James Bond. There you go. But that was a red 007. So maybe he's a communist. 007. One of those red guys. All right, up next. All right, we're in the Race of Champions Pro. Here comes number one Randy Brownwell from South Mountain Raceway. Randy in that pumpkin-colored Nova. He's from Mechanicsburg, PA. Hails from Mechanicsburg. And Jared Kinson from Plastow, New Hampshire. Yeah, New Hampshire. Massachusetts. 68 Camaro up against the 77 Nova. Both number ones right here. So we expect a lot. This is Jared turned on the red light by 006. And Randy Brownwell, 050. 648 for Randy. I think he ran a 645 the last time, so. Up next, Pete Bushnell. James Bodmer. This guy's a good racer. Races for Mason Dixon. 85 Camaro with a 380. This is a big block 69 Camaro, 540 from Lebanon Valley. Team Lebanon Valley. Manchester, Connecticut. Nice. Nice leave. 004 light, really nice. That was a great Pete Bushnell. Got another pair of Chevys coming up. This is like a beautiful 70 Chevy, 70 Chevelle SS 454. It's got a 548 in it now. Up against an 86 Monte Carlo of Rob Zetterberg. Mike Greiner. Cool name. Mike runs for the Maple Grove Raceway team. Wheels up launch by both cars. Nice lead by both cars. 0:41 reaction time for Mike. And Rob has a 0:23. All right, 69 Nova from Numidia. Bobby Domino's track. 347 Chevy in that. From Sunbury, PA. Up against Toronto Motorsports Park. Oh, Canada. Oh, Canada. Brad Taylor. Brad Taylor in that white S10. 1993 vintage. DJ turned on the red light from the Numidia. All right, here's the runner-up from last year in pro was Mr. Matt Wilson. Mr. Matt Wilson from Numidia, raced for South Mountain. Runner-up was in National Drags. A great picture of him. Up against Scott Besaw. He races for Esther. 87 Firebird with a Chevy engine in it, 383. Comes from Ontario. Matt's dad, Dennis, worked over at Cecil County for many years. Matt Wilson and Dennis Wilson. Mr. Wilson. Scott turned on the red light, and Matt Wilson, 0:43 reaction time, goes 6:31 to Scott's 7:05. So that's pro. Matthew Wilson, representing Cecil County. There's a nice 66 Ford Fairline. This is raced at my track many times. Mr. George Hoff went to Super. David Miller in the 84 S10. What do you call that lane, Denise? Which lane? How do you designate the lanes? Napa is the right lane. Lane number 2 is Napa?
Yep, and left lane is
Fink Equipment. Gotcha. All right, everybody, make sure you get the Fink Equipment in Napa. It's locally owned. Do a little plug for these guys. We appreciate them. And George Hoff in that 66 Ford Fairlane. He's taken money from the South Mountain many times. Good racer. His son Danny runs that Tesla. George has an 021 light. Goes 691 in the David Miller in the S10. 642 has 041 light. Here's Jeff Albach. South Mountain racer. Jeff is number 1. Up against that beautiful purple People Eater Camaro. That thing is sweet looking. What paint on both of these cars. Well done. WD. Gets the Mike Natoli WD, which means well done. Jeff Runchke. Pair of Jeffs out there. Well, I think Jeff got the 3 zips. So he may be the whatever. Jeff Albach. Pair of 3s up there. 3 zip. Oh, yeah. That Bill, you reminded me. $50 from Summit. I'll have to bring it down to him and award it to him, if you don't mind. Ken LeBlanc up against Jason Amy. 2 dragsters. One's got a 632. It's a 2016 swing arm. The other one's got a 475 from Maple Grove. There's Jason Amy.
Anybody who didn't get into Gamblers
Got it. Okay, anybody who did not go into the gambler's race, here's your time for your time shots. So you take your crack and lick at the track and the tree. So we need sportsman, the lanes 1 and 2. Sportsman, lanes 1 and 2. Pro, 3 and 4. Super, 5 and 6. And bike and sled, 7 and 8. So anybody who has not in the gambler's race and wants to take their time shots, lanes 1 and 2 for sportsman, lanes 2 and 3. What am I talking about? 3 and 4 for pro, 5 and 6 super, and 7 and 8 for bike and sled. All right, here's super racer champions, Mark Beaton and John Robertson. The Nova does a giant wheel stand, and John Robertson has a 022 light, and Mark Beaton 010. All right, so Jeff Albach's $50 richer. Perfect light. All right, so on the freak equipment lane is a beautiful, beautiful dragster. 2024 Brandy new. 582 cubic inch. Adam Mason Dixon. Lynn Bowie in that car. Beautiful machine. And Justin McGow. Justin's got a dragster from Island Dragway. Justin McGow. So again, if you didn't take your time, if you didn't have a time shot, here's the time. You can't be in the gambler's race. So if you're taking a time shot, lanes 1 and 2, sportsman, street, 3 and 4, pro. 005 for that 2024 dragster of Lynn Bowie. 005. 007 for Justin. And then bike and sled will be 7 and 8. The Perfect Light Award goes to Jeff Albach, South Mountain Raceway, in that S10. All right, so we're up to bike and sled. You hear those engines, a couple of Hayabusas doing their burnout. That's Vanderbilt Boyce and Don Hockway in the Napa lane. I love those Hayabusas. All right, so again, it's anybody who get their second time run, and you can't be in the gambler's race. God bless you, Denise. God bless. Oh, 008 light for Don Hockway. Or Hookway. 021 for Vanderbilt. 585 was the ET. And 541 for, well, I missed it. Heather Bauman from Cecil County Dragway. Driving a 2021 ZX 14. Riding that thing. Boyd Matthias on a Hayabusa. Boyd put the red light on, and Heather 014 reaction time on her ZX. I have a nice connection here. Denise Lobin, who runs the computer up here. I work with her husband. We do. He's a big, just got a nice promotion. Oh, boy is right. Derek Lobin, great guy. We got a tough boss, though, but I take care of him. All right, I beat him up. Kevin Certified turns the red light on. Edward Hughes on the 2006 Kawasaki. Rent red by 4,000s. Uh-oh.
Michael Konopaki up against Matt Gazzelli. Matt, 2007 GS. And Michael on the ZX 1990. Cal, well, got a little something there. Got to give a little wipe job on the track before Michael can launch and leave. Don't want his foot slipping. Nice to be here, Lebanon Valley Dragway. This is a place to be today. Wonder what those other people are doing. Not having as much fun as we are. Two negative lights. 1002, 1008. So close. All right, here comes the sled. Again, so if you haven't gotten a time shot and you're not in a gambler's race, if you're running street sportsman, you can be in lanes 1 and 2. If you're in pro, lanes 3 and 4. Bill's going to have me say South Mountain about another 1,000 times. All right. You got it, Bill. Anyway, we can help out. That's what us tracks do. Anyway, I told Wayne I was impressed when Bud came up 7 o'clock this morning, goes up to Wayne. Where do you got me today, boss? He goes, you should work the starting line with the guys. And it's, I don't know if you heard ever seen my son made a movie, Sunday, Sunday, Sunday. Really cool movie. It won a bunch of awards at these mini festivals and all that stuff. All over. Australia, London. Went up against Ferrari Motor Company and all kinds of things. Porsche. And his movie was there. But one of the scenes in the movie is one of the guys come to work and, what do you got me today, boss? It was like the same thing. I started laughing. So, but, yep. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday. It's a different type of church. We pray it doesn't rain, right? That's a 4-letter word in our business. It was nice this morning. We was talking to the Races for Christ chaplain, Patty, and her husband, Jason. So if you ever get a chance, go sit on one. That's where all the winners start their day, I tell everybody. Go to a service. So you can't go to church on Sunday, so go to an RFC. It's non-denominational. And it's a great thing. I know a lot of the South Mountain people, Jeff Hannon, Nikki Adams, and Wanda Trout, we had a bunch of us. I'm leaving them all out. But we all start our day off over now. We built a chapel at South Mountain Raceway, if you haven't seen it. Yes?
The guys are in the lanes. Get with your vehicles or I'll tow you out of there.
Oh.
We're missing drivers.
Hey, please, everybody, you got to stay with your vehicle when you're in the lanes because we got to move this. We appreciate your cooperation. So, all the drivers, please get to your cars because Wayne's going to come down there and he's going to tow your vehicles. He's got the tow truck ready. So, please, drivers, stay by your vehicles or in your vehicles. We appreciate your cooperation. And like I said, Sue's going to come out there or somebody's going to come out there. What are you doing? Eating a muffin? Those are the best chocolate brownies ever. Oh, you're not stealing. Enjoy. Whoever brought those up. Canada. Team Spirit Award at South Mountain went to Lebanon Valley. That was excellent. That was a great junior race. I gotta say, I thank NHRA for all their help and support, and even Tom Starber. Tommy, yeah, we were gonna throw him off the tower. We were gonna get what was calling the big guys. Hey, listen, Tom, you got to get out. Jesus, Tom. It was like Jerry Lewis telethon. You ever see the Jerry Lewis telethon? It Am I lying, Mark? Am I lying? Yeah. All right. All right. He's got some things I got to announce. Hold on. All right. So NHRA just handed me $50 gift certificates for the best reaction time of the Race of Champions. So we have on a motorcycle, Hockaway. What's his name? Michael Hockaway or something, right? Hockaway, 71 ND. I forget your first name. I know I announced it. And then Jeff Albach in Super Pro. So congratulations. We got a $50 gift certificate from Summit. And Bushnell. I forget his first name. What's his first name? Tim? Peter Bushnell. Peter Bushnell, $50 from Summit. Wayne says he'll take it if you don't come up here and get it. And then Filer with the Duster. All right, so with the red Duster, Filer and Sportsman, $50 gift certificates. Come up to the tower. Mark Dawson, our new director for Division One, and Steve Rhodes will come up here and collect them. If not, I'll come down and bring them down. Jeff, I'll bring yours to you if you want. But you get to see what goes on up in this tower. Not much. Wayne runs around. Okay, listen up. Listen up. Announcements here. We need the buybacks for Sportsman. The buybacks for Sportsman Street, lanes 1 and 2. Buybacks for Sportsman Street 1 and 2. Wow, who's here? Look who's here, Derek Loban. Yay, Derek Loban. Congratulations, brother. Congratulations. Yep, Derek and I have a connection. We both work for the same company, National Grid. Been there since November of 1981. Yeah, I've been there a long time. How's the live feed working? Good. Hope you guys can hear me. 170? Wow, that's nice. We should have him in the stands. All right, we got Michael Ferry coming up and Eugene Stankovitz. Eugene. All right, Michael Ferry in the 68 Dart. That thing's 440 Chrysler powered. Eugene Stankovitz, 2002 Dragster from Esther Safety Park. All right, these are the time runs. Anybody didn't get in the gamblers race? Wow, 002 for the Dart. All right, so check this 94 LeBaron. We got a big Mopar motor in it. Fred Jacobs. And we have Mike Thomas in the 67. See that? 67 Z28. It's got the vent window, Camaro. He's got the top light on and bumping in now. LeBaron turned the red light on. Fred Jacobs turned, went 5:16. And Mike Thomas in that 67 Z28 Camaro goes 6:34. Has a 019 light. Lisa Green, Lucia, AJ, Maya, AJ in the Nova, and Lisa in the 83 Camaro. O10 light for AJ in the Nova. Lisa a little tardy. 684 for AJ. Lisa goes 699. Joe Arati from Esther Safety Park in the 79 Camaro. And the 75 Vega, owned by Rich Sukala. He's been around a long time. 460 Chevy from Island Dragway. Oh, we had 007. Denise, she didn't tell me we had James Bond here. That guy had a 007 reaction time. I wait all day to say James Bond. All right. Who else? I have no idea who's in this lane, but there's nobody. In the other lane, in the Napa lane, is AJ Meyer again. Al Meyer. This is maybe AJ's brother, AL. AL Meyer. 602. All right, Dawson Hosterman up against Lakasha Curie. Lebanon Valley Dragway. Cool place, ain't it? Did anybody go-kart driving and racing yesterday? I used to race go-karts. This is a Harley. Nice, 1990 Harley. Owned by Keith Elysian. Allison Elysian. Okay. All right, so that Harley Davidson gets down the track. Turn the red light on, but 166.67 for Keith. Elma just came up to the tower. So it's good to see Elma from Mason Dixon, a good friend. Good track, great track. We do a lot of stuff with him. and his people. A lot of our races go from my track to his track to Beaver Springs to wherever, Maple Grove. But they all rotate around. They all come to our track. So we know a lot of these people. Like yesterday's winner in the pro, Joe Valencia Jr. in Thunderstruck. Did you hear about that? You heard about that? Yeah, he won a gambler's race, Joe Valencia.
I didn't even know he was here.
Yeah, he's here. I haven't seen him. I saw him this morning in the staging lanes. All right, we got two more. What else? Tension in the pits. Pro buybacks. In 3 and 4, pro buybacks. Lanes 3 and 4. Oh, wow. Vince Mussolino won it. There we go. And he was the big winner, national world champion. And he comes from Numidia. Up against Ron Klein. Let's see if Vince can keep doing his thing against Ron Klein. Ron Klein is also from Numidia. So 2 Numidia dragsters right here. Vince Mussolini's here. Mussolino. Wow. Ron beat him. Better reaction time, 018 to 027 to Mussolino. They were flying 423, Elma, at 165 miles an hour. Wow, that's a moving car, huh? Yeah. I love it when, I don't want to say anything. Yep. Wow, that was a great pass. So everybody saw that one. That was a badass pass by both drivers.
Yeah. All righty. So basically, almost everybody that lost first round said, "Nah, I don't really want to lose." Came back to the lanes with $30. They're going to try to make it here. We start out with Chantel Pullman, Team Canada, and Joe Marina, Team Island. So I may start talking like Mike, but I don't do the Long Island accent. I can't do it as good as him because I'm not from Long Island. Chantel goes red. Marina is back in the show. 734 on 740. Man. Richard Chandler. Absolutely gorgeous. I think that's a 65 Malibu. Sammy Snap. Snappy Sammy. The slowest car here. And Richard does not have a really good chance. Sammy was very situationally aware. Gets on the brakes. Had him by over a tenth on the tree, and Sammy's back in the show. Scott Embley in the Blazer. Dave Michelotto, 73 AMC Javelin. All original, except for the wheels. Didn't come with those wheels. They're both green, very close on the lights. And Embley dead on with the 7, takes it. Michelotto 3 off the dial. Nicole Adams, 52 SM, that's South Mississippi, I believe. Tim Patterson, Team Esta in the Mustang. Oh boy. They are side by side. Nicole Adams takes it 1 over with an 81 to a 4 over with an 80. 1,000th hole shot does not beat 400s on the track. Butch Weinrich. Maple Grove going to be chasing Greg LeBlanc. Butch with the light. Butch with the win. Only needs a 746, not a 741 to get back in the show. And by the way, the winners of the buyback round will just pull up with the rest of the round one winners going to round two of their categories. Nick Maynard in the Malibu, Todd Lipke in the Chevelle. Slight advantage for the Malibu, but he can't run the number. Lipke 1 over gets the win by 15 thou. Dave Klein, Mason Dixon could be chasing Dave Myers, also from Mason Dixon. So no matter what happens, Mason Dixon will have a winner back in the show. Dave Myers, an easy one. Klein was way late and breaks out. Myers 4 over with the 40 light gets the win. Next up, Al Noble in the Mustang. Wesley Lewis in the Oldsmobile. Noble dead on with a 3. And a better light gets the win. Ted Mealy in this gorgeous 60 Chevy wagon. Nick Beeler, yesterday's winner in the Gamblers. Advantage Mealy. And the big wagon goes dead on with the 6. Moving to round 2. Beeler isn't going to win today. Mitch Speart in the Mustang. V6 powered. Takes on the incredible alien machine of Dave Tubman. We need to do like a full photo feature on this car in a magazine. Lights dead even. And Tubman takes it. Spears should have had it, but he breaks out. Big margin at the end. Spear took over a 1/10 of a second of stripe. That was a little too much. Nancy DeSpirito will try to hold off Jimbo Romagna. New England versus the Grove. Grove's got the light. The Grove's got the win. 1 over with the 56. Takes it. Here's New England again. Megan Whiteman. The College Fund car going to be chasing Brian Lynn from Mason-Dixon. Megan with the advantage. Megan with the win and double breakout. She's under by 7 thou. Lind under by 6/100ths. Gary Ager in the Camaro, Steve English in the Cutlass. Island versus Esta. Somebody's got a great light. That's Gary. Breaks out by 1 thou, but in a double breakout, he takes it. Once again, pro buybacks to 3 and 4. Pro buybacks to 3 and 4s. Last call. Man, I love that El Camino. Almost a heads-up run here. And two good racers, Bob Bates in the far lane, Nelson Belot in the near lane. Bates killed the light. Dead on with a 2. Gets the win. Belot breaks out. Brad Taylor in the pickup truck. Bobby Piperata in that gorgeous notchback Mustang. Dead even on the lights, but the Mustang gets the win. 1 over to a 3 over. Here's Pete Bushnell taking on Christiana Hubbard. Lebanon versus Esta. Pete Bushnell going home for the day. Christiana 17 light, dead on with the 4. Keith Warner from Mason-Dixon, 67 Ranchero. Man, that thing's cool. Ken Hankins, South Mountain, over in the Napa lane. Hankins got the light. Hankins got the win. Only needs a 5 over to take it home. Definitely a whole shot win for the Camaro. Next up, Chris Corleone, 65 Malibu, chasing Dave Trout in the Mustang.
Well, you always see committing suicide out of those trucks.
Corleone takes it. He has better light by a bunch. Goes 6 over for the win. Next up, Mike Maude in the Mustang. Joe Valencia, last night's winner in the Fink Lane. Valencia, I'm not messing around anymore. Breaks out despite a 008 light. Mike Maude dead on with a 0 with the 46 light for the win. Bob Hartman in the pickup truck. Kevin Core, that beautiful Dodge Demon. Core's got the light and the win. Taps the brakes, 2 over with a 10 light. Hartnett, by the way, dead on with a 0, but lost that one on a hole shot. Mike Grenier, Maple Grove, going to chase Keith White, Team Canada. And Grenier takes it 1 over with a 31. Brian Willett, Lebanon Valley over in the Napa Lane up against Greg Leafkin, Island Dragway. Lifkin had big hole shot, 1 over for the win. Willett breaks out. It's not Brian's day. Pickup truck, Nate Mendenhall, Maple Grove up against Mike LaRose. No, that's not Mike LaRose. Forget the name, but it's not Mike. And the Buick gets in a double breakout. $5.99, 601. Trish Witt could be chasing Dave Hubbard. Cecil chasing Esta. Hubbard rolled the lights. Trish Witt gets the win. She did good. Well, she broke out, but doesn't matter. Had a 12 light, 583 on an 86. Once again, we get the police car. Anthony Johnson chasing Joe Clark from Sunbury, Pennsylvania. Joe is not the most famous drag racer from Sunbury, Pennsylvania. Title goes to the late Joe Scott, Superstock World Champion, back in, I believe, 1977. Clark, 004 light, 3 over for the win. Anthony, 1 over, but a 59 light. Whole shot win for Joe. Chris Gagne gets that one. Had the better reaction time. Goes 1 over. Terry Lee was 1 over, but gave up a couple on the tree. Kyle Gockley in the pickup truck. Jay Mazzata in the Nova, Team New England versus Team Maple Grove. Advantage Gockley and the win. Double breakout. He's under by 7 thou. Mazzata under by 15 thou. It's close. And the big Mopar from New Media Dragway. Dead on with the 7 for the win. Joe Grasso waiting at the starting line for Rich Wendler. There's like 3 cars painted this shade of green. Wendler goes way red. Joe, 651 on a 53 for the win. All right, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Super buybacks to 1 and 2, please. Super buybacks to 1 and 2. Mr. Boyd, if there's a buy, it belongs to you. Tom Scripignano. Heads up race with Kyle Rice. The breakout rules still in effect. Kyle breaks out. Scripignano dead on with 4, gets the win. He had better light as well. Lebanon's Dave Parker chasing Jason Focarino from Island. Parker, 3 over with a better light, gets the win. Kelly Fleming in the green pickup truck. Dave McCloskey in the Trans Am. Pretty much a heads-up race. Only 100th separate the dial-ins. Trans Am had a big hole shot, goes 1 over for the win. Kelly dead on, but lost it in a hole shot. Frank Falcone and Lee Ratzkowicz. Lee goes red. Falcone, 4 over for the win. Joe Henderson's going to be chasing Bob Smith, New England, and South Mountain. Anderson breaks out. Smith dead on with the 6, gets the win. Really? Tom Diglio in the all-yellow Camaro taking on Paul Latarula, Lebanon Valley's flamed Camaro. Advantage Diglio. 5 over for the win. Latarulo breaks out by 4 little ones. Pair of black first gen Camaros. Tom Spangler in the Fink lane. Paul Laurenti in the Napa lane. Island versus New England. Big hole shot for Spangler. He gets the win with the 1 over. Laurenti breaks out by 2. Dan McIntosh, Lebanon Valley in the Fink lane. Haley Clough, New England in the Napa lane. McIntosh dead late, but he got lucky. Haley red lit. McIntosh 0-2 with a 9 on an 0-3 for the win. Joe Rodriguez, Island Dragway. Going to try to chase down Don LaRusso, Team New England. LaRusso rolls through the lights. Rodriguez, 6:45 on 46, gets the win. All right, here we are. Super Eliminator buybacks. First pair, Grant Nichols. In the Napa lane up against Al Ferrari. Team Island in that Vega. I just noticed, look at that. He's got the little Ferrari emblem on the front fender, just where it would be. Well, it is a real Ferrari. It's just a different Ferrari. It's a Chevy Ferrari. Grant has the light, goes 2 over for the win.
Now, I'll look at that date for the nostalgia race when I get home. Now it's Thursday, a Saturday, or Sunday?
Dale Schaefer, Team Lebanon, could be chasing Dan Galinas in the Porsche. Galinas had the light but broke out. Dale Schaefer 1 over, gets the win. Al Cowing from New England getting the head start over Randy Hodges from Team Canada. Al goes red. Randy goes green. Randy goes 1 over. Randy goes to round 2. George Foster in the dragster. Team Lebanon up against Jeremy Popple. Team New Media in the big Monte Carlo.
You don't see any Malibus on the street anymore because they're all race cars, and Monte Carlos are almost the same way. And I can't remember the last time I passed a 87 to 90 Mustang on the street. They're all on the track.
Popple had the light, only needs a 620 on a 613 to get the win. Michael J. Fitz, Team Canada, in almost a heads-up race with Kyle Core, Team New Media. 200ths of a second separate the dial-ins. Fitz technically gets the head start. Core with the light. He can't run the number. Fitz dead on with the 5. Manages the win by 0.08 of a second. Nelbila Jr. up next in the wheel standing Malibu. Get a little bit of a head start over John Robertson from Team Canada. Belot went red. Robertson 3 over with the 20 light. Moves on to round 2. Dana Beauchamp backing up her Race Tech Dragster. Going to take on Iggy Falcone.
That's her husband there taking pictures, and he said he put his car in timeout because it ran too quick. So instead of buying back, he just put his car in timeout.
Okay.
He's supporting his wife. I guess that makes a happy life.
Dana gets a gift. Dead on with the 6, with the 17. She would have won that anyway. Iggy went red.
This car was a leaker, twice? Didn't get to run because it was leaking fuel.
Richie Williams in the dragster. Team South Mountain up against James Carty. Team Maple Grove. Cool Cavalier. Carty goes red by 3 little ones. Richie goes green by 4 of them. Dead on with the 7004 11 pack for Richie Williams. Moves him into round 2. Jamie Dimon backing up from the burnout, driving his wife Stephanie's car. She's standing down there in the black shirt saying, Jamie, if you break my car, we're going to have words later. Andrew Pavensky in the far lane, Team Island, 67 Ford Fairlane. As I said earlier, Diamond's car will run in the 6s in the quarter mile. He goes red by 0.02 of a second. Dead on with a 1. Misses a perfect run by just a few thou the wrong way, and Pavensky, 006 and 4 over, gets a gift. And now we have a presentation how different the color green can be. Matthew Himes in Fink Lane, Jeff Alabach in the Napa lane. Himes was dead late. Alabach goes 2000s red. Himes 3 over for the win. Next pair, Mike Rogers just hasn't been himself yet. He usually pretty deadly. He's not been too deadly yet. Mark Gotting, man, that car's cool. Nitrous oxide sponsored Firebird. That's what the white steam is, if you don't know. Yep. Mike was late again. Gotting, 17 light and 2 over, gets the win. All right, Harley Parson going to try to hold off Larry McGowan in the dragster.
Can we call the motorcycles back for the buyback?
Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Motorcycle buybacks to 7 and 8. Motorcycle buybacks 7 and 8. McGowan with the light. McGowan with the win. Dead on with a 3 with the 17 light.
Bowery's been racing with me, and he even comes to testing tunes because he said, I got to get this down pat. He says, I need more seat time to figure this car out.
Hey, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Race of Champions. You guys are on standby. We're going to run your first round before round 2 of Gamblers. So once again, Race of Champions, folks, you are on standby. Frank Berard and Zach Rothenberger. Two good lights. Frank breaks out by 2. Zach, 1 over, gets the win. Hey, Laura, at least he didn't break your car. Hey, Colaboletta. In the Camaro is going to be chasing Mike Mackey in the Dodge Daytona. Yeah, he was that late. Mackey gets out of it early, only needs a 673 to put Colaboletta back in the garage. Tom Stalba. Interesting to see Tom in the buybacks. Almost a heads-up run with Chris Campione. Team Maple Grove. Dead even on the lights, and Campione puts Stalba back in the garage. 2 over. 2 or 3 over. Next up, Boney Maroney. Team Lebanon's going to try to hold off Connor Hebbick. Team South Mountain. Connor's late, but Boney breaks out by 2. Took too much stripe, and Connor dead on with the 4, gets the win. Next pair, the green car, Carol Bell, one of our track sponsors, KB Performance. Going to try to hold off Steve Everett, Team Cecil. Two great lights. Carol Bell, 1 over with the 10, gets the win by 6 thousandths of a second.
And the other guy, the black,
Matt Coney, Lebanon Valleys could be chasing Andy Dolan. Mason Dixon. Dolan goes red. Matt 002. 550 with the 5. Very close run and a good run for Matt. Ray Knight. Man, a lot of big names in this buyback round. Up against Mark Consiglio.
it was about 50-50 gold bars and dragsters, right? In Super. What's that? Yeah.
Consiglio had the light, but he breaks out. Ray Knight, 2 over with 36, moves into round 2. Dicky Coppertino backing up in the Fink Lane. He's racing with Team New Media. He's going to try to hunt down John Dembrowski from New England Dragway. Coppertino's car is pretty quick. This car runs roughly 720s in the quarter mile.
Team Canada. Team Canada. Good job. Put 'em on, Team Canada.
Coppertino has the light and the win. Dombrowski breaks out by 6 thou. Coppertino 2 over with the 15, moves on to round 2. Next pair, Rick Turkowski, Ed Quay car.
Right? Half dragsters, half, one of the drags is supposed to be with us, Josh Wagner. And, he's back. Shout out to Angela. Angela, I heard you're watching. Love you.
Jean Ann Zetterberg leaving first. Turkowski chasing her down. Zetterberg had the better light and gets the win. 1 over with the 13. Team Esta, Dave Henry. He's the dragster. James Mosher, the Mustang. Team Cecil.
Well, last year in the brackets.
Mustang goes red by 5 thou. Dave Henry, 23 light, dead on with the 4 for the win.
That's Brian Mersky. In the drags. A couple of dry hops for that Nova. Who's that Nova?
Luigino Ramundo from Team Canada from Welland, Ontario, Canada.
Love dry hops. Haven't seen them in a while. We have Dave Penny used to know how to dry Brian Mersky, one of my guys, he is Southbound Raceway. There was actually J.A. Performance. James A.
All right, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Sportsman Race of Champions, to the back of staging, there is a ladder. You will be paired up. Once again, Sportsman Race of Champions to back of staging to get paired for first round. Backing up, Jimmy DeChaco, racing for Esta. Journeyman, excellent bracket racer. And a very fast island, 440. He is going to be hunting down young Billy Blaker in the Monte Carlo. Blaker from Lebanon Valley. DeChaco with the light and the win. Dead on with the 1 with a 10 and 11 pack for Jimmy DeChaco. Blaker was 1 over but had 25 light. Normally that's not too bad. Not good enough there. Taylor Summerfield in the muscular pickup truck. Going to be chasing Robbie Boyd from Island. Team Canada. Lights almost identical, and truck takes in a double breakout. All right, motorcycle buybacks coming up next. Then we will be doing round 1 of the Race of Champions. My friend Elmer is going to take over the mic for a little bit. I'm going to have a martini and take a nap. All right, motorcycle buybacks. Darren Johnston in the Fink lane. Team Canada. Mike Vizzo, Team New England, in the Napa lane. All right, Johnston with the light, Vizio with the win. 4 over with the 67, gets the win by 2/10. Oh, Johnston fell way off. Haley Fair in the near lane, racing Mac Gazal, almost a heads-up race. Matt has not been himself. Red lights by a bunch. Haley left too soon, but considerably less of a red than Matt. Brandon McCombie getting the head start over Chris Mealy. Mealy with the light, Mealy with the win, dead on with a 0 and a 15 light, a 15 pack in a bike. That is pretty good. On a bike, I guess. Here's the other purple one, Kevin Sutliff. He'll be chasing Boyd Kleindienst. Sutliff goes red. Boyd, 43 green. Dead on with 5, gets the win. Derek Sassari. Team Maple Groves could be chasing Jake Hamilton. Team Mason Dixon. Or maybe I should just call him Team Elmer.
3 of the bikes are dad, daughter, son. The Hamiltons, Haley Hamilton, Jacob Hamilton. He's 6'8", 358 pounds.
Jay Hamilton, 006 light, dead on with an 8 of 14 pack on the bike, takes the win. Sassari breaks out. That was a heck of a run. Scott McGrath. Team Island's going to try to hold off Jeff Sassari. Team Maple Grove. Sassari goes way red. McGrath, 606 on a 602 for the win. And the last bike. Getting the bye run, Brian Canolis. All right, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Pro Eliminator. Race of Champions. Go to the back of staging to get paired up. Pro Eliminator ROC to the back staging to get paired, please. Canolis 006. 1/16 pack for Brian. Looking good, and the Race of Champions coming up. My friend Elmer is going to take you through round 1 of ROC.
We got a hot mic here, everybody, just to let you know. Mic is on. All right, so if everybody would, please bow your heads. We're going to have the invocation, the blessing of this weekend by Patty Lemaire. So, Patty, please take it away.
Thank you. Lord, we are so grateful to you for being here with us to guide us and protect us. Help us to enjoy this day and sport with confidence and hope. We pray that your hand of protection and guidance be upon the drivers, crews, spectators, and our track personnel. Also be with our families, both present and absent ones. Keep us strong and kind to all. May God bless the skill and preparation of the drivers and crew members. We give thanks to the track sponsors, all participants, track service personnel, and our military. We thank you for a great racing weekend with family and friends. May we all be safe and enjoy this day and this sport. Amen.
Amen. Please, if you could stand, if you're able to stand, and remove your ball caps for the playing of our national anthem.
Hey, thank everybody for spending that 2.5 minutes with us, paying honors to the country that let you do the things you like to do. So we're going to get started once they get off the track with the track prep with the Race of Champions. So it's a good idea that if you're supporting your track, come on up and watch your champion from each of the classes. Try to go right to victory lane. Also tomorrow, that's Saturday at 8 a.m. on the second floor of the tower, there will be Racers for Christ chapel service. Once again, it's on the second floor at 8 a.m. It'll be the door to your left when you come up the steps. Service is approximately 30 minutes long, and it's a non-denominational service. So that means if you drive a Ford, you still can attend. If you got a Chrysler, you got a good chance. Chevrolet, we'll see you there. Maybe that will help you get a victory. So stop up tomorrow, 8 a.m. for the Racers for Christ chapel services. Yeah. Like to let you know, too, 15 mile an hour maximum. We'd like to see you do 10 mile an hour in the pits. And make sure that you are a licensed driver on the support vehicles. That's what they're there for. They're not there to joyride. They're for support of your equipment. And that might include the little electric scooters and everything else. So, no, we're typically not looking for them when we're driving our race cars. We got other things on our mind. And get some. Nope. So we should have all our Race of Champions cars coming to the lanes to be. Yep. Super ET cars, Race of Champions, to the back of the lanes for your pairings. And I think he's just about finished dragging on the track. We'll get the thumbs up here shortly. Sportsman cars probably should be getting ready, getting their helmets on. I think it's time, as Bruce Buffer would say. Who's down at the bottom end? Is that Numidia at the very, very bottom end of the track and the bleachers? Let's see it. Yeah, see that?
I know Lebanon Valley's down there.
Is Lebanon Valley down there? Aha! Wow, there's no doubt in my mind who that is now. Do the wave. Oh, come on now. Yeah, the little giant up here says, do it again. Oh, who am I talking about? Hey, this is a fun place to be. Drag racing's supposed to be fun. I think we got cars coming around the corner, starting out with the sportsman category. Team Canada over on the right-hand side. Sammy Snap up against Jeffrey Feller. Jeffrey representing Numidia Dragway. Team Canada, right side of your track, the Napa lane. Left side of your track, Finke Equipment, Jeffrey. The Dow in 740 to a 1097. The head start goes to the Napa lane. All right, two good lights here. This could be anybody's race. Left lane, he 009 on the tree, runs a 43 on a 40, picking up the win. 1101 with a 014 light, not a slouch there either. Next up is David Toms from Team Mason-Dixon Dragway up against Billy Kerpins from Lebanon Valley. Kerpins driving a nice little pickup truck. $755 to a $741. Fairly close performance on these two cars. Green light start. About a 100th change between the two of them. Kerpins picking up the win on a breakout run for Mason-Dixon's David Toms. Runs a 54 with a 1 out by 9 thou. Susan Smith from South Mountain Dragway going to take on Butch Weinrich. Butch is a tough, both of these are tough cars. It's going to be Chrysler or is it going to be a Chevrolet at the bottom end? We're looking for win lights now. This is a big deal. These are the #1 cars in each of the classes. We are green and wow, about 3 thou separate these two cars. Anybody's race. Looks like Butch tightened it up at the bottom end. Runs a 743 on a 39, 018 on the tree to an 893 on an 887 with an 015 light. Both of them were really trying. Cecil County's Tyler Bennett, left side of your track up against Richard Vos. Richard, Esta Dragway. At least one thing, a blue Chrysler is going to win this one. 200's difference in dial-in. Both of them start with a no, so both of them got a chance to turn their win light on. Left lane, 034 on the tree, 741 on the 39, gets the job done, goes to round 2. Good-looking Chevrolet Camaro. Robert Smith, left lane, representing New England Dragway, taking on the Dragon Wagon over on the right-hand side out of Island Dragway, Dave Harvey Jr. Wow, that's synonymous with drag racing. Tough cookie there. All right, Team Canada car for Super Pro, we need you to the lanes. Team Canada Super Pro needs you to the lanes. Dave Harvey Jr. picks up that win. He was 007 on the tree and never looked back. 737 breakout run trying to pick up the victory did not work. Yep. Hey, Matthew Wilson. I know Matt Wilson and his dad. Team Cecil County. Rob Zetterberg over on the right side from Island Dragway. All right, race of champion motorcycles need you to the back of the lanes to be sorted out, lined up. So motorcycle race of champions to the back of the lanes to get paired up. 631 to a 606, pretty quick car in Sportsman. Oh no, we've changed now. We're in the next class. Nobody told me. Wow. I got to be retrained. They gave me some time off. I don't read. Wheels in the air. Good lights for both drivers. Anybody's race. Looks like Zetterberg got it done with a 019 light. 608 on a 606. Dead on with a 9 left lane, but the light was not there. Up next is Esther Dragway's Scott Bishaw up against Randy Brownswell. Brownwell. It's got an S in there, doesn't it? Brownwell. Okay, we got that now out of Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania. That's up 81. South Mountain. Where's that at? Is that south of the mountain? It's also up by the Yellow Breeches. Great fishing there. All right. Looks like South Mountain picks up the win as a red light for Scott. And he runs a 6:49, dead on with a 6. Got the job done. DJ Clark from Numidia Dragway going to take on Brad Taylor. Brad from Team Canada in the pickup truck. Down to 7:02. He's going to get the head start. Not by much. 672 sitting there waiting in the left lane. He says, I can handle this. Wow, lights are pretty good. Another James Bond light picks up the win at the big end. 007 on the tree and a 702 dead on with the 3. 10-pack. And that's pretty sweet in Pro Car.
Sportsman round 2. That's your buy, lane 7.
It is 51 Island or 58 Island. Okay.
1 and 2. Buy over to 7.
And that's buybacks of
That is round 2.
Of-
Going into round 2.
of-
Buybacks are done.
Pro, right?
Sportsman.
Sportsman. All right, buybacks of Sportsman's to lane 1 and 2. And 58 Island Dragway will have the buy, comes to lane 7. Team Maple Grove, Team New England, both of them green on the tree, side by side. Team New England picks up that win. 200s better on the tree, and that converted to a win light at the big end. So now we got Lebanon Valley and Mason-Dixon Dragway. Dickie Bodmer on the right-hand lane. Pete Bushnell, left-hand side for Lebanon Valley. A pair of Chevrolet Camaros. This is the last pair. Thank you. Last pair and in Pro. Correct. You win a prize for that. Wow, check that wheel stand out. That was definitely in the air. Pretty equal on the tree. Left lane picking up the win. Dickey could not run the number. He had the better light. Couldn't convert that into a win. That concludes round number 1 of Race of Champions for Pro. Next that you're going to see is Super ET with all the bells and whistles. Team Canada waving at their car coming down. No, we're doing Sportsman round 2. That's all the Sportsman round 2 for round number 2. We already did the buybacks, right? Yeah. So what's coming back into the lanes 1 and 2 will be Sportsman, the winners. All right, supercars, get in your cars, put your helmets on, hook up everything. It's time for you to present yourself in the burnout area. Oh, well. EDS to Dragway, missing the motorcycle for Race of Champions. It's your turn in the barrel. I hear the mighty roar of these little 5-horsepower junior dragster supercars. You know, junior dragster's almost as loud as a full-size car. Ear-piercing. How about Jeff Krasinski? Wow, he's first year of racing. I don't think so. New England, or New Media Dragway, left-hand side. Down to 560. He's up against Ken LeBlanc. Ken's representing New England Dragway. For as long as I can remember, Jeff's been in a Camaro. So you pick the long car or pick the short car. One of these two is going to go to round 2. That's for sure. Jeff's not afraid of the dragster. Dragster says, I don't even know who Jeff is. Racing my race. 1.02 seconds. That's 2 amber bulbs and a blink of the eye. Well, Jeff picks up the win. 021 on the tree, 561 at the stripe, 002 red for Ken. Another door car, Georgie Hoff, left-hand side, Team Cecil County. He could be any team. He races at everybody's track. Believe me. Justin McGow, I guess it is, right-hand side for Team Island Dragway. 2 seconds almost. 199 head start. It's hard to judge a dragster coming on about 30 mile an hour faster than you at the other end of the track. But that's what's going to happen here. He says, I'm not scared. One of them, the distinct advantage, and Georgie 004 on the tree, runs a 94 on a 91. That got it done. His competition, 023 light, and that's what hurt him. Best engineered car right now on the left lane is Lynn Bowie. Down to 470. He's up against South Mountain's pickup truck of Jeff Allenbach. Turns it red by 8 thou. Right lane red by 2 thou. True start. Turns the wind light on for South Mountain. 1008 red, 1002 red. The lesser of the two evils. Team Maple Grove, right-hand side, Jason. Jason Amy doing the battling with Lebanon Valley's Mark Benton. I got a jump pack in the back of my four-wheeler. All right, a 478 to a 513. Amy will get the head start. Amy turns it red by 4 thousandths. Turn the wind light on for Mark, Team Lebanon Valley. Picks up that win, goes to round 2. See a little clapping out there on the starting line. We got another pair yet, I think. Right now, they're just rebuilding the engine. They're putting the last piston in. Well, I was in the tow vehicle, so he could get the supercar up here. Well, it's a perfect time for me to be a battery salesman, I can tell you. There is actually a jump pack at the base of this tower over where the main office door is. And that little four-wheeler, if you just lift the back lid, there's a lithium battery jump pack there. That's faster than running back to Canada or Quebec or Ontario to get it. I think. All right, got one coming in. What a sportsman, though, out there. Waiting for his competition just so he can put him on the trailer. You ought to give a big round of applause, too, to the people on the starting line that have been grooming that track for you all day, both days here. Doing a real fine job. Picking up your 7/16 wrenches that drop out from underneath the hood. Secondary snap-on sales. Hey, I just talked to Wayne, and he said that his starter guys are going to be on the Chippendales calendar this year. Well, I hear the mighty roar of one of those motors, and I think the other one's starting now, too. This is your final pair in Super Race of Champions. I have a feeling what's going to happen, instead of buying those designer sneakers, he's going to get a new battery instead. Maybe not. So what are we rooting for? We're rooting for Island Dragway, left-hand side of the track. David Miller up against John Robertson from Team Canada. I see him waving there. See, I never had a car like that when I was a kid. Mine were all rubber band powered. You had to wind them up. What can I say? That doesn't mean anything yet. Triple O on the tree, right side for John Robertson. Runs a 580 on a 74. Had plenty of room there. His competition, not a slouch either, 063, and he was dead on. All right, if we can get a team rep from Island Dragway to come up, we got a little consi for the loser of that one for being a good sport. So if a rep from Island Dragway, I think that was that Island or Resto? Or was that ED? That was ED? All right, need a rep from ED to come up to pick up a voucher for a good sportsmanship award. D. Miller. They can just come up and knock 3 times and we'll think it's a song. But long cars now, long bikes. Got a zip code for the front wheel and back wheel on some of these stretch. 540 Team Cecil County up against Team Maple Grove. Wow, they're handing them out for free. How about another Triple O light for Heather? She runs a 541. Pretty great run. Now it's Team Mason-Dixon Dragway. Boyd Mathias up against Matt Gazelle. Team Lebanon Valley, Team Mason-Dixon. 556 to 561. 566. Team Mason-Dixon Dragway picks up the win. Matt goes red by 4th thou. Ends his day. And our next pair coming up, Team Numidia Dragway, right-hand side, is Too Tall, Don Hookway, up against Kevin Sutliff from Esta Dragway. Round number 2, a Sportsman getting ready to come your way. I was saying, too, in Super ET, the winner of Super not only is the champion of Race of Champions, but also is eligible to go out to the finals in Las Vegas as a wild card in Super. I hear them. They're starting up. Sportsman Gamblers, round number 2. That's one more than one for all my guys from West Virginia. All right, Charles Augustine, Numidia Dragway, left lane. Joseph Marino, Island Dragway, right side, a 742 to a 736. Not a lot of difference there, 600s. And we have Good and Gooder Light. How's that? Good English. Looks like your win came from the good light. The better light ran too quick. Lost his chance of picking up a win light that way. Edward Bedler and David Myers. Dave from Mason-Dixon Dragway. Numidia Dragway driver in the little Ford, left-hand side. 805 to 738, the head start going to Dave Myers. He's green. Both cars are green. Drag race for 660 feet. Let's see if we can pick this one up. Dave Myers picks up that win, running 807 on 805, 039 light to an 091 light, and that was your difference. Both cars ran well. Dave was just a little better. Island Dragway's Bill Hacrusa up against Nicole Adams, right-hand side from South Mountain. She's a pretty tough little racer there, too. She picks up the win as her competition goes red by 8100ths. Plus, she runs a dead-on run with the 3. All right, wind is coming up in lane 2, so we see that happening. New England Dragway in lane 1, that's Robert Baker up against Sammy Snap. Sammy not only was running in the Race of Champions, but also running in the Gamblers races.
Let's get pro into 3 and 4. Jason Hemingway is the buy, 7.
Jason Hemingway? Jason Hemingway is the buy in pro. Come to lane 7. I need pro for round number 2 in lanes 3 and 4. Pro to lanes 3 and 4 for round number 2 of the Gamblers. Good lights for both drivers. Win light coming on. Left lane for New England. He's 035 on the tree and runs a 42 on his 38 and gets the win. Dave Murrin, Team Mason-Dixon, up against C.J. Ketterer from Team Maple Grove. Little Regal went red by 7th thou. Turns the wind light on for Ketterer. Ketterer, no slouch on the tree at 045. Runs a 785. Breakout on a 788. Team Maple Grove, left-hand side. That's Joe McLaughlin up against Todd Lipke, right-hand side, racing for Esta. Beautiful car, 1970 Chevelle Super Sport. Lipke turns it red on the starting line. And I tell you what, that will be a burn ticket when he looks at his end down at the bottom end, because the other one didn't have that great a light. Joe McLaughlin advances to round 3. Ted Maley and Dave Tubeman, our next pair, New England Dragway versus Maple Grove. Maple Grove in a big old wagon. Wow, 60 Bel Air wagon. Get 30. Tell you what, you take that across the border, you can bring back 100 people. .023 on the tree helps them pick up that win. 743 dead on with the 3. Breakout run the right-hand side trying to pick the wind light up, but did not have the reaction time on the starting line. Island Dragway's Gary Egger and Howard Roberts, their next pair. Howard from Esta and Gary from Ireland. It's a heads-up race. The 025 picks up the win. A breakout run over in lane 2 for Howard. Even though he had a better light, took too much stripe. Susan Smith and Dave Harvey getting ready to do battle. That's South Mountain and Island Dragway. An 890 to a 761. Head start going to Susan. She's green. He's green. One of these two is greener. Believe me. How about an 012 light for David Harvey? Helps him pick up the win, running a 64 on a 61. Susan tried to stay out in front, but ran too quick doing it. Jeff Hanna and Mark Ketterer, our next pair. Hey, Mark from Maple Grove and Jeff from South Mountain, left side of your track, into Cutlass. Good lights for both drivers, and I mean good lights. Nobody's got to back up on this one. Left lane picking up the win. Had a little better light by 0.05 of a second. Our next pair is Team Maple Grove, John Alcott against Richard Vose. Richard from Esta Dragway down to 740. He's going to sit and wait for 0.19 of a second. While lane 1, the Monte Carlo gets the head start. And that's not a very big head start, 0.19 of a second. Seeing how each bulb was 0.05. Waiting for his competition. There we go. Both are in stage. Trees activated. We're going racing. Tell you what, no backups there. John, 007 on the tree. On a double breakout, breaks out by the lease, picks up the win, goes to round 3. Good-looking car over on the right-hand side. Buick Skylark, Island Dragway's Jeff Router, up against Alex Noble from New Media Dragway. 0.07 of a second separate these two cars. Well, 300 separate them on the tree. Win light, left lane, 051 light beats the 081 light. Runs a 745 on a 743. Goes to round number 3. Island Dragway left-hand side is Ryan Agar and Paul Costley on the right-hand side from Team Mason-Dixon. Seven 1/100ths of a second head start. Lane 1 goes red, turns the win light on for Paul Costley. in his Monte Carlo. Runs a 750 on a 748, picks up the win, goes to round 3. Team Maple Grove in the little blazer on the right-hand side. That's Scott Embley. Joe Koss, left-hand side. About a 741 from Team Lebanon Valley. Olds Cutlass versus the Chevrolet Blazer. These two probably met each other on the streets one time. We're green. We're pretty good on lights, both sides. Could be anybody's race. And looks like Joe Koss picks up the win. 741, dead on with a 4 to a 770, even though he had the better light right lane. Couldn't convert that into a win. Ice cream. Thank you. All right, Billy Kirpin's going to take on Tyler Bennett, their next pair. Both of them have nice hot rods here. Now this is the one that should get the sticker. Wasn't he the number 51 that waited for the other car? I don't know, that was super. Billy Kirpins picks up the win. He runs a 743 on a 741. That's good enough to propel him into round 3. Jeff Feller and Todd Minard, next pair. Esta Dragway right side, Numidia Dragway left side. Head start going to the right lane. Double breakout, win light coming on for Jeffrey Feller. Runs out by the least, runs a 739 with a 6 on a 740. And he goes to round number 3. They're feeding me ice cream up here while I'm trying to talk. So I'm trying to eat fast. I've only gained 100 pounds while I've been announcing. Team Maple Grove versus Team Maple Grove. Imagine that. 744 to a 753. Jimbo Romagna and John Dixon. Good green light start, a little bit better light to 030, helps him pick up the win for Jimbo. Runs a 757 on a 53 to a breakout run, 741 for his competition. Megan Whiteman and Frank Wire, next pair. Esta Dragway versus New England. Looks like New England went red by 18. Green by 16 for Frank. He picks up the win, goes to the next round. Russ Wilbur, left-hand side, Team Lebanon Valley, in a huge Bel Air wagon, up against '67 special big Buick motor, 455 cubic inches. The Buick giving chase but can't catch him. It's a double breakout. Lane 1 breaks out by the least. Runs an 819 with a 9 on a 23. Justin Kirkman and Charles Butch Weinrich, better known as just Butch. Down to 740 to the 815 of Justin. Justin gets a slight head start by 3/4 of a second, and that's a bulb and a half on the tree. Butch says, no problem. I think I can catch you. Justin says, try. And Butch does. He's 038 on the tree, 741 with a 9 on a 740. I think this is your buy car. Number 58 from Island Dragway is Jeffrey Skirdick. He's down in 829. Don't know where he's going to run it out, but my deal would be, let's see what it does the number for this time of day. He's 034 negative on the tree, but that doesn't matter. His wind light's already on. And he runs an 823 on an 829. So he's either getting much quicker or he was holding some. Or some of both. All right, that concludes Pro. Now we move into... Oh, that was Sportsman. Now we move into Pro. These are the bigger numbers. Like number 40. James Young, Sean Nichols getting ready to do battle. That's Island Dragway on the Finke lane. That's the left side of your track. He's down to 653 to the 649 of Sean Nichols from Lebanon Valley. All right, both drivers are in stage. Time to go drag racing. Wheels in the air. Pretty close lights, believe me. We're talking about thousandths of a second. Lane 1 didn't have the better light, but didn't break out either. Runs a 654 on a 53 to a breakout run. A 48 with a 7 out by 3 thou. Tony Bonanno and Grant Nichols, our next pair. Grant from Lebanon Valley, Tony from Mason-Dixon Dragway. Wonder where that's at. That's close to West Virginia, they tell me. Both drivers are in. A little better light for one of these drivers. See if he can hold them off. He does. Tony picks up the win. A breakout run over in lane number 2 by 5 thousandths trying to catch him. Couldn't do it. Bonanno advances to the next round. Team South Mountain and Island Dragway getting ready to do battle as Dave Campbell, left side of your track from South Mountain, takes on Bobby Pepperata. Pepperata. How's that? I think it's Pipperata. It's all over but the crying right on the starting line. Win red by 049 to a red by 007. Campbell picks up the win and advances to round 3. A Pinto. Imagine that. I bet when Ford built this that he said, oh, we're going to make drag cars out of Pintos. I don't think so. Team Canada. Left-hand side, Team South Mountain on the right. It's Randy Bonnewell. Real close lights? Nah, don't think so. Right side, Randy picking up the win with an 019. Kind of had a birthday in the left-hand lane. Took a break there. That's when the second hand goes around 12 twice. Team Maple Grove on the left-hand side taking on number 34 or somewhere, Lebanon Valley. That's Hannah Bogus up against Mike Grainer. Grainer's car is hard leaving, 574 to a 581. No slouch on either side, believe me. No moss growing on those tires. Spent all the money on the car and couldn't afford long pants in cold weather. That's what it is. They look side by side, but Hannah went red by 10. Turning on Mike's wind light. And he runs a 73 on a 74 out by 2 thou. Now we got the Dodge. That's a Moore out there. I think Mike Moore. I know that's not what it says on the thing, but it will when she sends it forward. It says John, but we know him as Mike. Ken Hankins, right-hand side. 597 car. Going to get the head start. So the Chevrolet is going to watch the Dodge until he can read the tag number. Now that he saw the tag number, he's giving chase and picks him up right at the starting line. Runs a 6 flat on a 597, 004 on the tree. Gino Picozzi and Michael LaRose. If you're from New York, it's LaRose. Hey, Michael. 540 dial in to a 631. Head start to the Mustang. Almost a second. Got one stuck on the track down there. Used too much glue. Yeah. All right, we just got the word the track is clear at the big end. We're going to start these two monsters back up. I get to say their names all over again. This is so much fun. As they have disappeared, Michael LaRose from New York up against Gino from New England Dragway. They both sound like you don't want to mess with their families. Here we go. You pick the winner. I think it's going to be one of the two of them. I'm pretty smart about that. All right, Mike giving chase and does pick up the win right at the stripe. Dead on with a 7.019 light. That's the way you get it done. Island Dragway versus Maple Grove now as Michael Franick and Andrew Brucotto get ready to do battle. A 644 to a 646. Heck, I would have just dialed them both in the same. Find out what kind of drivers we've got out there. A Dart versus a Firebird. Real close on the tree. One of them a slightly better light. He was 019. Lane 1 tried to stay in front but broke out trying to do so. Picking the wind light up is Andrew, and he'll go to round number 3. All right, I'm going to check the right lane for a little red juice. He was doing a little smoking, and they had to do a little bit of cleanup right on the starting line. I think we ought to have cars without transmissions from now on. Hey, David Miller from ESTA, if you'd like to stop upstairs and see us, we have something for you. Dave Miller from ESTA Dragway. Stop upstairs at the tower. We do have something for you. Matthew Smith and Robert Bates, the Bates Motel. Team Cecil County versus South Mountain. South Mountain's a green car. Real green. 1,000 separate them here. And at the stripe, a breakout run for South Mountain. And an 021 light for Robert Bates. It's 78 on a 77, good for the win. Cecil County's John Kluga and Joe Clark from New Media Dragway get ready to do battle. You don't see a whole lot of Cougars running. You see a lot of Cougars out around in the pits. but you don't see many of them racing on the racetrack. Joe Clark picking up the win as it's a red light start for John. It's called a little bit of premature acceleration. Chris Corleone and Bob McAllister from Team Cecil County into Chevy Malibu. 6:04 to a 6:20, a slight head start by 1600ths of a second goes to the red Malibu. Red light start out of McAllister, and he needed to try because Chris was 003 on the tree and runs dead on with a 9. 12-pack, not a bad run. Coming up next, Wayne Seavey and Michael Block. Wayne's taking the left-hand lane for New England down to 630, while Michael, right-hand side, 761 dial out of Team Lebanon Valley. .31 seconds. And a red light start for Wayne. Just couldn't wait. Michael picks up the win. Looks like the money might be staying at Lebanon Valley. As our next pair of cars, Island Dragway and Team Maple Grove. Wayne Seavey from Greg Lefkin and Kevin Core. Dodge Demon over on the right-hand side. Going to take on the Nova. Demon leaves, Nova follows, but the Nova was too quick. 005 red turns the wind light on for Kevin. We'll see Kevin in round number 3. Boy, Maple Grove's out in force now as another Team Maple Grove, both sides of the track. Kyle Glockley and Dennis McCloskey. A 597 to a 665. 665. 2/3 of a second plus 200s. Both drivers are green. One of them has a better light, and that turns into a wind light at the big end of the track. It was 014 on the tree, dotted to 97, runs a 98, and that was good enough to turn his wind light on. Chris Croteau and Dave Harvey Jr. Boy, there's a tough racer. Got him now. That's what yeah, man, that's next we'll get rainbows out there. We'll have rainbow colors on the. Harvey's down in a 693. His competition, Chris, with a 707 Mustang versus Mopar. Valiant. Boy, you don't see many Valiant racers. Well, that's not a pun. We were talking car types. About 100 separate the two. And it looks like Chris a little better on the tree. 709 on a 707. Good for the win. Goes to round 3. He's a happy puppy. Got New England Dragway and Lebanon Valley getting ready to do battle now as we've got Fred Clark. That's a hard name to say. Up against William Bergen. William down a 677. A 589 for the 72 Duster. 572 cubic inch Mopar. Probably stage 1 heads. Looks like a popcorn kernel. Win light, right lane. William Bergen picks up the win. He was 0.32 on the tree to an 0.96, and the difference at the start line helped him pick up the win to finish line. New Media Dragway is Bob Gallner and Fred Falcone. Frank with the 648 dial in. A little better light from one driver, but Frank runs out. Had the better light, 645 on a 644 for Bob. Picks up the win, goes to round 3. New Media Dragways, Chevrolet Camaro, Mike Fornwalt up against Mike Moday. So guaranteed a Mike will get there first with a victory. But is it going to be Team New Media Dragway or Team New Media Dragway? The Mike and Mike Show. One driver with an excellent light picks up the win at the big end as he drives around, and Mike Fornwall picks up that win, 603 on a 603. Dead on with the 3. Nice run. Mike Bryson and Skeet Viveros, 602. Fast Vega wagon to a 642 for the pickup. Little pickup truck with a 016 light and a 644 on a 42. Good enough for the win and good enough to go to round 3 as Viveros breaks out trying to catch him. John Grasso and Robert Zetterberg get ready to do battle with 652 to a 606. Lane 1 gets the head start by almost a half a second. 454 cubic inch Chevy versus a 434 cubic inch Chevy. Small block versus big block. Wheels in the air, hard charging right hand side. Gets by him at the stripe. He was 041 on the tree, runs a 609 on a 606 to a breakout 651 with a 7, out by 3 thou. Ray Thurston third, fourth. Yeah, RT4 as he's better known, up against Dickie Bodmer, both Mason-Dixon cars. Dad racing here for New Media Dragway. Both in, ready to rock and roll. They rocked, they rolled, and they're headed to the finish line. RT4 picks up that win on a breakout run for Dickie Bodmer. Runs 669 with a 5 on a 672 to a dead-on run with a 6 for RT4. Esta Dragway taking on Island Dragway. EIEIO, I guess is what the first letters are. 688, 599. Little pickup truck's got the power. Tyler Weicker versus Frank Ware. Frank leaves early with a 011, turned the wind light on for Tyler. Tyler dialed a 99, runs a 97 with an 8. Good enough to go to round 3. Cecil County car, left-hand side. That's Trish Witt doing the driving. She's a right tall girl. I saw her walking around there. She's like, don't mess with Trish. Mike Olson, right-hand side. Island Dragway, down to 590. It's a close race. 500 separate them. You tell me which one starts first. Let's see how good you are. I will tell you, if the left lane looks like it moves first, something, he's either red or better.
Elmer, why don't we get Race of Champions sportsmen to the back of the lanes for pairings?
All right, Race of Champions sportsman cars for round number 2 to the back of the lanes for pairings. Race of Champions sportsman cars to the back of the lanes for pairings, please. And it looks like Trish picks up the win. She was 027 on the tree, runs a 587 on a 585. Good enough for the win, good enough to go to round 3. Callie Klein, left-hand side of your track. Out of Team Mason-Dixon, dials a 654. He's up against Dennis Core, a 682 dial in. From Team Numidia Dragway. Hee-haw, hee-haw, hee-haw. That was a country music show, if you're old enough to remember that. Yeah, that means there's another cougar loose in the pits. All right, wheels in the air, and he picks up the win as Callie goes red by 2,000s. And he runs a 51 on a 54, so he got a time run out of it, if nothing else. And a 681 with the 4 out by 6,000s, but better on the tree. Daniel Cassie up against Paul Werner. Paul's pretty tough cookie over there on the right side from Team Maple Grove. New England Dragway says, I'm not scared. Down to 570, he's going to be chasing him down as he gets a 1.4 second head start. Well, he said he's got a Chevrolet, so he does need the head start. And he tried to really push it, and he was at 003 red. Turns the wind light on for Cassie. Cassie runs a 69 on a 70, so not bad. 8th thou out. Scott B. Shaw and Paul Staba. It's for sale if you want to buy that part of the quarter panel. I don't know whether it's the whole car or just the back half. Chevy versus Chevy. Esta versus Cecil County. Esta gets the head start by 9/100ths of a second. I don't know. They look like they left together, but somebody got a much better light. Lane 1, 006 on the tree, 705. Dead on with a 6, 12-pack. Pretty sweet. Especially when your wind light comes on. Chris Gondler, George Fisher are our next pair. Chris is Numidia Dragway. George, New England Dragway. Almost looks like a Copo, but I don't think it is. I think it's a street car. Boy, wheels in the air for that pickup truck. Chris trying to stay out in front, and he does. 622, dead on with an 8. 030 on the tree. That's a pretty sweet run. Got a lot of pickup trucks here. Team Mason-Dixon on the right-hand side. That's Brian Lynn doing the driving. left-hand side. As soon as she puts it forward for me, Tom Scribbly, Anna, help me on that one. Scriffigano. Scriffignano. Wow. We need to shorten his name.
I went to college for that. That was my minor, last name.
Last names?
Hey, you know where the breaker is?
Yes. All right, a red light start for Tom turns Brian Lynn's wind light on. Brian was 124, 60 foot. That's right where he wants to be. Also ran a 74 on a 79. As to Dragway's Matthew Consiglio up against Thomas Spangler over on the right side. Boy, that's a sweet-looking car there. Real clean 69 Chevrolet Camaro. Nova doesn't look real bad either. Wheels in the air. Quarter mile, eighth mile. Left lane, 025 on the tree, 675 on the stripe. Good for the win. Advances to round 3. Losing out. A 74 with a 7. Difference was in the reaction time. 300s there. As to Dragway Chevrolet Camaro, left side is Tom Diglio. David Parker, right-hand side out of Lebanon Valley. 712 to a 610. A slight head start by 1.02 seconds. That's more than slight. Especially when these wins are by thousandths of a second at the stripe. Red light start for Tim. Turns David Parker's wind light on. He runs a 608 on a 610. Actually, I like the paint scheme on this little Chevy Vega wagon. Real clean look. Right-hand side, Paul Scribriani. Michael LaRose, left lane. New Media Dragway, Lebanon Valley Dragway, 579, 572. Only 7/100ths of a second. Red light start for LaRose. Paul Scribani picks up the win and runs a 69 on a 72. Race of Champions Pro to the back of the lanes to get laddered up. Race of Champions, round number 2, Pro to the back of the lanes to get set. Paired up. Paul Northrup, left-hand side, real clean-looking machine. Robert Dunlap over on the right. Northrup was a 26 light, a 19 light, beat him and put him on the trailer. 645, dead on with the 3. Picks up the win, Dunlap. Michael Riley and Christiana Hubbard, our next pair. Esta Dragway on the right, New England Dragway on the left. 658 for the quick car in the odds and ends. Up against the 724, Christiana. That car really jumps off the line. Right lane picking up the win on a double break out of 722, gets it done. Clayton Garber, left-hand side of the track, taking on Team Maple Grove's John Diedrich. Clayton out of 602. He's going to get the head start by 48/100ths of a second. his wife and daughter looking on, saying, "Go, Daddy, go." Real close lights, 4,000 separate them on the starting line. And the better light was right-hand lane, 014 to an 018. And that was the difference. He was dead on with a 9. Robert Stockwell and John Hindenburg, our next pair. 653 dial in for the little Mustang, blue Mustang, right-hand side of your track, to a 647 for Lebanon Valley's Robert Stockwell. Green on both sides of the tree. The 010 light picks up the win right side, runs a 53 dead on with a 6. 16 pack. He'll be happy with that. Plus the win light came on. Definitely he's happy with that. Steve Long and Joe Rodriguez. Joe over on the right side in the Camaro up against the Ford of Steve Long, Team Cecil County. As the sun goes behind the clouds, makes that tree look darker. Good lights for both drivers. Steve Long picks up the win, a 684 on a 680. He was 025 on the tree to an 061, and that was your difference of win lights, the big end. Team Canada, neat little car here. 325i, Datsun, listen to me, BMW, up against Dan McIntosh in the 78 Camaro. Dan turns it red. Jorge picks up the win, goes to round 3. All right, South Mountain little Chevy 2. Left side of your track. This is Robert Smith. Daniel Hanley, right-hand side out of Team Esta, driving the Cutlass. All right, I need the Super Race of Champions winners from round 1. Need you back in the lanes to get paired up. Super Race of Champions winners from round 1 to the back of the lanes to get paired up. Now, green and greener. Not necessarily in that order. The 022 light from Daniel picks up the win with a 721 dead on with the 3. 25 pack. Jason Hemingway and Dave Harvey, our next pair. Dave Harvey, the 3rd instead of the 4th. Island Dragway versus Esta Dragway. All right, Motorcycle Race of Champions to the lanes to be paired up. Motorcycle Race of Champions, round number 1 winners to the lanes to be paired up. Good wheel stand in lane 1. Great lights for both drivers. Right lane slightly better by 5 thousandths. Was 013 on the tree. Good for the win. A 677 dead on with an O and a 13 pack. I think we did it, didn't we?
Yes, you
We doed it. Okay, so I'm going to take a break here, a very short break, because if I go back, my wife will make me work, and I like not to do that.
All right, Race of Champions, Sportsman, round 2. Thank you so much, Elmer Wachter, for giving me a little rest. A little tired today after a long day yesterday. It's going to be a long day today. We got a couple of Mopars coming at you. Billy Kirpin's in the truck. Lebanon Valley, and they're dialed heads up. Jeffrey Filer in the Duster. The breakout rule is in effect, but there's no head start. Two good lights. Filer breaks out by a couple. Kirpins, one over with 13 light, gets the win, moves on to the quarterfinals. Next up, Dave Harvey Jr. in the long roof for Island Dragway, taking on Tyler Bennett, Cecil County. Both left too soon. Harvey by 3 thou. Bennett by 38 thou. He's handed the red light, and Dave Harvey Jr. goes 778 on a 780. Moves into round 3. Butch Weinrich is the lucky guy that has the bye run. And he is just going to drive through. He could have just taken the tree, but okay. I guess he felt like taking a nice drive down the racetrack, waving to all you nice people. Automatic win, Maple Grove. That does it for the second round of Sportsman. We're down to 3 cars, down to the semis. Next up, Pro Eliminator. We start out with South Mountains, Randy Brownwell. He's in the Orange Nova. He's getting the head start by 7/10 over Jared Kinson, New England Dragways, number 1 in Pro Eliminator. Tinson has the light and the win. 2 over with the 14. Brownwell was late with the 74 and breaks out by 2/100ths. Second pair, Brad Taylor from Team Canada. Going to try to hold off Rob Zetterberg from Ireland. Head start, 96/100ths of a second for the white pickup truck. Wow, Zetterberg goes red by 12th thou. Team Canada going into the semis. 698 on a 702 for Brad Taylor. And the bye run going to a guy we know very well here, Pete Bushnell. He's been racing here for as long as I remember. He's from Manchester, Connecticut. This is a beautiful candy apple red 69 Camaro. He gets the bye run into the semis. Big wheel stand. That's one of the reasons I love that car. He goes 009 red, doesn't matter. Goes 589.6, breaks out by 4th out, doesn't matter. He'll just come back and adjust for the next round. Super Eliminator, round 2 of Race of Champions. We need you in the lanes right now, please. Heather Boyko, you have the bye run. Super Gamblers. Here is Super Race of Champions. Super Gamblers, back to the lanes. Heather Boyko, you got the bye if there is one. Here we go, Race Champions, George Hoff, the Ford from Cecil, taking on John Robertson. Team Canada making a very strong showing here. Ford looking good, but he breaks out by 6th thou. He had the light, a 13 to a 37. Robertson, 2 over with a 37, moves on. Team Canada going to the semis. Here's another Lebanon Valley car, Mark Beaton. In the dragster, he's going to try to drive around Jeff Alabak from South Mountain Dragway 99 S10 pickup truck. Oh boy, Beaton goes red by 6th thou. Alabak was dead late, but it doesn't matter, and he breaks out by 3. It still doesn't matter. He's going into the semis. And the free ride going to the purple race car eater. Jeff Krasinski from Shamokin, Pennsylvania. New Media Dragway. Krasinski 002. 560, 124 miles an hour. So that dial in, that was not an incorrect dial. That was dial in honor of Jeff Serra, the late Jeff Serra. Motorcycles coming up. We start out with Team Canada, Michael Konpaki. He's going to be in the Fink equipment lane, and he's going to be chasing New England's Ed Hughes. Ed is going to be in the Napa lane. Hughes getting a head start at just over a third of a second. Konopacki goes red by 8 thou. Hughes 26 green, 2 over for the win. Second pair coming up right now. Heather Baymond in the Fink equipment lane up against Kevin Sutliff from Esta Dragway. Kevin over in the Napa lane will be getting the head start by 1/10 of a second. Heather with the light and the win. Dead on with a 2 with a 15 light, a 17 pack for Heather. Kevin Sutliff dead on with the 9, but a 28 light killed his chances. And the bye run into the semis going to Boyd Mathias from Mason Dixon. He's from Strasburg, Virginia. Dead on with a 0 with a 006, a 6-pack for Boyd Mathias on the single. Wow. That was quite a run. And I do believe Super Eliminator Gamblers coming up next, round 2. First pair, Team Lebanon, Zach Patricelli. He's going to be chasing Harry Olson, Team Canada, in the Mustang. Harry getting a big head start, 9/10 of a second. Zach with the light. Zach with the win. 2 over with the 12th. Moves him into round 3. Harry dead on with an 8, but he had a 39 light. That was not good enough. We're going to start seeing some interesting reaction times. You'll notice where the sun is. It is going to get worse into the drivers' faces until shortly before the sun goes down. Next pair, Team New England, Camden Morgano in the Fink Equipment lane. Charlene Lapp, Team Canada in the Mustang. Carmen was just clapping in the car, getting himself pumped up. Let's see if it worked. Well, worked a little too well. He goes red by a couple of hundreds. Charlene, 011 light, 669 for the win. Both cars went too quick. As it cools down, as dusk comes, I think we're going to see a lot of breakouts. We have already. Next pair, Andrew Pravinsky. Team Island is very clean 67 Ford. Going to leave first, try to hold off the equally clean Dodge Z, Daytona Z, Randy Hodges. And Randy gets it a 001 light and 2 over. Pravinsky breaks out by 5 thou. He had a 37 light, though. He really was not in a position to take any more out of it. Another Ford Chevy match up over in the far lane. Doug Fellenbaum, South Mountain up against Jason Day, Mason Dixon. Jason Day in that wonderful 66 Mercury Comet. I love the way they painted the bumpers blue to match the stripe on the bottom of the car. Fellenbaum has reaction time. He also has the win, 4 over with the 26. Beats a dead on with a 75 margin of victory, 13 thou. Whole shot win for Doug Fellenbaum. Next up, Steve Gregoire over in the Napa lane in the dragster. Sean Barrett coming up, Chevy Malibu from, not Chevy Malibu, Chevy pickup from Mason Dixon. Not to tell you I'm old, but I knew Steve Gregoire before he even had a driver's license. Now he's middle-aged, married with children. But still racing. Slight edge for Steve, and he gets the win, 1 over with the 26. Barrett breaks out by 2, trying to hold him off. Ray Knight from New England Dragways from Fall River, Massachusetts. He's getting 2/3 of a second head start over Dale Schaefer, the Lebanon Valley Camaro. Dale goes red by 9 thou. Ray was late, but he goes dead on with the 9, and he gets the win. And by the way, we're all done with buybacks or any of that stuff, so starting with this round, if you lose, you are done for the day. Only the winners come back. Next up, we have Dave Sislick from New England Dragway over in the Napa Lane, and Jen Murray in the Fink Lane from Maple Grove. Part of the Hooskin Racing Clan. Jen goes red. Sislick 10 light. 512 with an 8 on a 513. Good run for him. Next pair, Joe Martz, Mason Dixon. Very cool S10 pickup truck, extended cab. Up against Mark Gotting, the nitrous oxide guy, with the funky artwork on the car. Martz goes red by 100th. Gotting was late, don't matter, he gets the win, 6 flat on a 598. Couple of dragsters coming up next. Connor Hebig, South Mountain. He's over in the Napa Lane up against the Hook. Billy Warders, New England Dragway. Billy is late. Connor Hebig gets the win, 2 over with a 005, gets the win by 300ths of a second, which is actually a pretty large margin in this type of racing. Next pair over in the Napa Lane, Carol Bell in the dragster is going to try to drive around Andy Purcell in that immaculate Willis. I don't want to call it a gasser. I'll call it what it is. It's a Willis bracket car. And by the way, people make fun of me because I call it Willis, not Willys. One of the nation's foremost experts on Willis gassers taught me that the Willis is the correct pronunciation. Nobody wants to go in. The Willis had light, goes 2 over for the win. Carroll a little closer to the dial, but a little further on the reaction time. Leads to a hole shot win for Andy Purcell. Next up, Dana Beauchamp from Mason-Dixon has another tough Mason-Dixon customer. Randy Krause, a guy that's won the bracket finals multiple times. Dana having an excellent day. Let's see if she can put out Randy. Randy had a big edge in the light, a 10 to a 32. Goes 2 over for the win. Dana was dead on with a 5. Still manages to lose by 1,000th of a second. Ouch. The dragster, Zach Rothenberger, Maple Grove. door car, Will Winthrop, Cecil County. The dragster has the advantage. Gets the win dead on with a 9 with the 17 light. Winthrop off the mark, both on the tree and on the track. In the Fink Lane, Keith Lozier, Lebanon Valley. Almost a heads-up race with Caitlin Kraus. Team Mason Dixon, the S&W car, up against the Aero Swiss car. Caitlin had the light by 100th. Goes 1 over for the win, as is Keith. Margin victory pretty close, only 5 thousandths of a second. Now Mike Fitz normally runs the left lane, but I think he's pretty smart taking the right lane. You'll notice most of the better lights are coming from there. You'll notice they're further away from the sun. Chrissy Klein in the dragster is going to try to prove Mr. Fitz wrong. Fitz racing for Canada, Chrissy for New Media. Well, that didn't happen. Mike had the better light by 4 thou. He goes 1 over for the win. Chrissy breaks out by a single thousandth. She came very close to getting that win, but doesn't quite get there. Dave Henry over in the far lane, Team Esta. Chris Campione, Maple Grove. In the Fink equipment lane. Oh. Campione has the light here. He gets the win. 1 over with the 25. Beats 1 over with a 40. Margin victory, 14 thou. Casey Kovacs, Team Canada. In the Fink equipment lane. He's going to get the head start here over Bob Hickey, Team Maple Grove, in the Watson McDaniel car. Kovacs goes red by 1 thou. Hickey, 008. 2 over. He gets the win. Grant Nichols does the burnout and rolls forward until his back tires light both staging beams. then backs up. Very clever way to do a burnout the same length every time. His competition, Caleb Klein from Mason-Dixon. Two good lights, edge to Caleb, and he does get the win. Grant breaks out by 1,000th of a second with the 17 light. Caleb dead on with the 6 with 007 13 pack for Caleb Klein and the win. Pair of dragsters, almost identical dial-ins. Richie Williams in the S&W car. South Mountain and Steve Whitman in the Mason-Dixon car. Williams with a big advantage on the tree gets the easy win with the 3 over 475. Whitman dead on with the 9, but he had a 63 light. That wasn't good enough. Jeremy Popple in the Monte Carlo Team New Media is going to get chased by Lynn Bowie. Team Mason-Dixon, man, that car is the best. Two amazing lights. Anybody's race at the top. And Jeremy Popple, dead on with a 2, puts on out a dead on with a 6. Margin victory, 0.04 of a second. Both lights were double O's. Wow, what a great race. Next up, in the Napa lane, Jason Amy. The one that says Amy's Garage on it. Up against Todd Martin. Island Dragway for Martin. Maple Grove for Amy. Amy has the light, but breaks out by 5. Todd Martin dead on with the 9, with the 23 gets the win. Jean Ann Zetterberg getting the head start over in the Napa lane over Jason Wilson. Team New Media, Team Island. The lights are close. Jason Wilson had the better light, goes dead on with the 5. Jean Ann breaks out by 11 thou. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Bikes and sleds. Gamblers to 7 and 8 if you're not there yet. Bikes and sleds, 7 and 8 for the gamblers. Jimmy DeChaco in the dragster. Team Esta could be chasing John Selvering. I noticed that car is marked for sale. Very nice, fast, clean Nova if somebody's interested. Selvering goes red. Jimmy D a little slow. He goes 1 over for the win. Tatlin Summerfield, this interesting Chevy S10 pickup. Team Canada will be chasing Terry Benton, Team Island. 78 Camaro. Big hole shot for Terry. He gets an easy win. Only needs a 628 on a 620 to get that one. The lights 007 to an 81. Fast door car, fast dragster, Matt Tacconi, Team Lebanon, getting the head start of 84 hundredths of a second over David Hebig, Team Island. Advantage to Coney. He goes 2 over for the win. Hebig was 1 over, but he had a 22 light to Matt's 004. Loses by 9 thousandths of a second on a hole shot. Well, if you're sitting in the sands, turn around and look at the sun, and you'll figure out what the drivers are dealing with here. They're doing extremely well with reaction times, considering how obnoxious that light in the sky is. Melissa Wilson, the tax speaker car, could be chasing Jake Narr from Maple Grove. Less than a 1/10 of a second separate the two. Melissa, 001, and she can run the number. Narr in 014, dead on with a 1. Oh, my goodness. And Melissa was only 1 off. Margin of victory goes out to the 10 thousandths of a second on that one. Poor Melissa. Boy, getting a 001 light and not winning. That's got to be frustrating. And also, just only being 1 off. Brian Recklitis in the dragsters could be chasing Matt Himes. As to Dragway in the green wagon. The Deja Vu Boo. Wow, what a great name. The wagon's got the light and the win. dead on with the 9 with the 12. Recolitis 2 off with a 26. Great run for the long roof of Matt Himes. Next up, Jeff Krasinski. The purple race car eater going to be chasing Mike Mackey. Both Team New Media. Jeff's got the light. Jeff's got the win. Dead on with the 5 with the 10 light. A 15 pack for Jeff. Mike Mackey breaks out by 3. Anthony Zagarelli, I don't have a driver's name, but that is a Tesla over there. And it made a pretty impressive run in the first round. Don't laugh. He could do it. Guess who has the better light? Guess. The winner. The electric car 009 1 over makes Anthony Zagarelli break out by 3 foul. He had light 009 to an 015. The electric car moves into round 3. You gotta love it. Next pair, 2 dragsters, identical dial-ins. Larry McGowan and Justin McGuff. Mason Dixon versus Island. McGowan, 001 and the win, 1 over, 13 pack. McGuff, a 21 light. That alone put him out of contention. Last night's winner, Kevin Billets, is going to be chasing a tough customer, Paul Fitzgerald from New England Dragway in the Chevy Nova. Fitzgerald with the edge. He gets it done with 1 over. Billets breaks out by 6 thou. Fitzgerald had him by 100th in the tree. Two Team New Media cars. Dick Coppertino in the dragster will be chasing Joe Dukin in that gorgeous Chevy S10 pickup. Lights pretty much dead even, and Dukin gets it dead on with the 5. Coppertino 1 over with a 7. Next pair, Bradley Givier in the dragster. We'll be chasing George Hoff from Cecil County. That cool 66 Fairlane. You'll notice it has the same roof line, I believe, as the 66 Mercury that's running. Givier goes red by 5 thou, and George was late with a 56 and 3 over, and he still won. That's drag racing. Jackson Warders sitting over in the Napa lane with the dragster. He's going to chase Luigino Ramundo. Team Canada. Lugino went green by 24. Jackson red by 24. Lugino dead on with the 2, coming back. Here he is, the legendary Danny Bell, getting the head start over Ray Thurston III. Reaction times pretty much identical. At the top, it is Thurston 688 to 764. Danny's car fell way off. Thurston got out of it way early, as he should have, and gets the win. Napa Lane, Rob Hyatt, Team Canada, taking on William Carroll, Maple Grove. The door car with the light, dead on with the 3 for the win. Hyatt breaks out by a couple. Jack Voltaire, check out this Mustang 470 dialing. That's got a lot of stuff going on. Giving up a 2.5 seconds to Cam Murray from Team Canada. The Mustang with the light and the win, 003 and 2 over. Cam Murray, a 41 light and 2 over. Just not good enough. Ray Stanton from Lebanon Valley taking on Andrew Bracuto, number 4 car from Maple Grove. My God, look at that thing. Looks like a yellow aircraft carrier. Oh, baby. What a wheel stand for Bracuto. He had light, too. Goes 1 over for the win. Stanton 2 over with the 22. Not a bad run. Not good enough there. And this has got to be the last pair because Heather Boyko from New Media would have had the bye run if there was one. Instead, she gets John Robertson, the number 1 car from Team Canada.
All the racing champions are still in the back of the lanes.
Okay. Heather killed the tree. Gets an easy win, 2 over with the 002. Robertson was 039 and way off. Hey, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. If you are still in the Race of Champions, bring him to the back of staging. Race of Champions. Back to staging, please. Motorcycles, round 2 coming up. Start out with Larry Curry. Team Cecil up against Mike Vizzo, Team New England.
Yeah, it'll be close to that because if we call these guys back, it'll be 6:15 or 7:15.
No, I meant for tomorrow morning for the team.
Oh.
Curry has the light in the wind, dead on with the 9. 2 over for Vizzo. Next pair, Adam Sharon in the Fink Lane team. Lebanon, Haley Hamilton. Napa Lane. Two really good lights at the top. It's Adam Sharon dead on with the 4. Haley breaks out by 8 thou despite having the better light. 007 to an 015. Next up, Levon Curry. In the Fink lane, Boyd Mathias. In the Napa lane, doing the chasing. Well, they're both evenly late. Curry gets it in a double breakout. He's under by 1 thou. Mathias was under by 9. The lights were both late, but they were pretty close. Next pair, Ben Fish, Lebanon Valley. Kevin Hamilton, Mason Dixon, almost a heads-up race. Goodbye, son. Ben 002 light, and he breaks out by 2 thou. Oh, Kevin Hamilton, 1 over with the 60, gets the win for Mason Dixon. Mike Konopacki, Team Canada, going to be chasing Boyd Kleindienst, Team Mason. Or I should say Team Elmer. Two great lights. Konopacki takes it in a double breakout. Kleindienst under by 100th. Konopacki under by 3 thou. Lights 007 to a 10. Brian Canolis. Over in the Napa lane, he's going to get the head start by about 0.4 of a second over Vanderbilt Boyce Jr. From Vanderbilt Boyce, Neptune, New Jersey. If we were there, we could go to Pete and Elda's for pizza and beer. Oh, Vanderbilt goes red by 1 thou. Canolis, 032 light and 1 over, gets the win. Tisdale had the light, goes 5 over for the win. Ferguson 6 over and gives up 1 on the light as well. More Suzuki's. Chris Mealy in the Fink lane. Kevin Twardowski in the Napa lane. Twardowski goes red. Mealy gets the free ride. 567 on a 556. He had a 12 light. Jacob Hamilton. In the Fink lane, Scott McGrath. In the Napa lane, Jacob with a huge hole shot. He gets out of it way early, gets an easy win, 642 on a 637. Jonathan Tisdale and Haley Fair, almost a heads-up race here. Haley goes red, Tisdale 007. Dead on with the 512 pack for John Tisdale. Very impressive. We're going to take a few minutes here and do a little track prep, a little spray and drag, and then we will be back to action.
Final call for Race of Champions competitors to the lanes. Final call, Race of Champions to the lanes. Missing 2 bikes for Race of Champions. Hate to run without ya. Final 2 bike competitors to the lanes now.
Race Champions semis coming up. 3 left in all the classes. That will set up the final rounds. All right, attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. Round number 3 of the sportsman race. To 1 and 2, please. Mr. Olka, you have the bye if there is one. You please go to lane 7. That's where we send special people. Dave Harvey Jr. and Butch Weinrich. One of them's going to the finals. And it's Butch. Weinrich 2 over with the 28. Harvey had the better light, but runs 6 off the number. And gee, look who gets the bye run into the final round. Billy Kirpins Jr. Kirpins 25 light. .770 got out of it early. So it will be Maple Grove and Lebanon Valley in the final round. Pro Eliminator semifinals Race of Champions. Over in the Napa Lane, Brad Taylor from Team Canada in the pickup truck, getting a head start of 1.09 seconds over Pete Bushnell from Lebanon Valley. Big wheel stand for Pete. And when he came down, he got to see his win like as Brad Taylor red lid Bushnell 590 on an 89. He is going to be in the final round against New England Dragway's Jared Kinson. I think you guys did a really good job on track prep there. Bushnell must have thought he was on the SpaceX flight. Kinson, 576 with a 4 on a 77, 32 light. That sets up the pro final. Super coming out next. By is going first. He is going to take the tree. That's John Robertson, Team Canada. So Team Canada, yeah, man, you guys are going to a final round. Bring us some Labatts up here, okay? Team Canada, who are you going to race in the final? Is it going to be Jeff or Jeff? Jeff Alabach in the pickup truck, South Mountain. Jeff Krasinski, Team New Media, the purple dragster eater. Somebody's got a 001 and not the winner. Jeff Alabach had a 001, couldn't run the number. Krasinski, an 18 light, 2 over, gets the win by 16 thousandths of a second. That sets up a very nice all-door car. Race of Champions Super Final. Now we go into motorcycles. In the far lane, New England Dragway's Ed Hughes. In the pink equipment lane, Boyd Matthias. Team Mason Dixon, almost a heads-up race. Only 0.03 of a second separate the two. Hughes goes red by a bunch. Matthias, 013 light, 562. He's going to be in the finals against this dude. This lady. As soon as I said that, I'm like, oh. Sorry. Heather Bayman. Team Cecil. 005 light. 538 with the 3 on a 537. That's going to be fun final round. All right, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Pro Eliminator back to 3 and 4, please. Pro to 3 and 4. Chris Corleone, you have the bye if there is one. Please go up lane 7. Round 3, Sportsman. We start out with, oh man, I just can't believe how nice this Mustang is. And same thing with the Camaro, Joe Morena and Robert Baker. Almost a heads-up race, too. Baker goes red by 4th Al. Morena was late, don't matter. 7:39 and 36 for Joe Morena. Chevy versus Olds. Jeff Hannon in the Olds. Getting the head start over Paul Costley. Monte Carlo. They're both green. Costley had the better light, goes 5 over for the win. Hannon 2 over, but he had a 91 light, loses by 7 thou. Whole shot win for Paul Costley. Pair of early Camaros, 67 versus a 68, Gary Yeager and Dave Myers. Somebody has a perfect light. Yep. 3 over with a trip zip for Gary Yeager. Gets him the win. 3 over with a 19 for David Myers. Just not good enough. All right, white Mopar, white Chevy. Nicole Adams in the Mopar. Joe McLaughlin in the Malibu. Here the lights are pretty close. And McLaughlin had the better light, goes 5 over for the win. Nicole was 5 over too, but with a 29 light. Win for Maple Grove. Jeffrey Filer and CJ Ketterer. Half a second head start for the blue car. Filer goes red by a fairly large margin. The blue car, CJ Ketterer, 783 on an 85 for the win with the 52 light. Joe Koss still in the game. He will be chasing Dave Harvey. 2 good drivers here. Team Lebanon, Team Island. And Koss gets it. Harvey, red lights by a couple of hundredths. Joe Koss, 740 with a 9, dead on with a 9. 72 light moves into round 4. Frank Ware in the Mustang, going to be chasing Jimbo Romagna in the Camaro. 735, 753. Same numbers, different order. Where goes red? Romagna gets the free ride in. 751 on a 753. Oh, I am just in heaven. 2 60s long roofs. This is the best. Russ Wilbur, Lebanon Valley, getting the head start over Ted Maley. 60 Chevy Bel Air wagon. I feel like I should pay him just for bringing this car here. Man, can you imagine what that thing weighs? They are both green, lumbering down the racetrack. And Maley cannot quite get there. He didn't have light. Russ Wilbur, 3 over with the 36, gets the win by 19 thou. Billy Kirpins in the final of ROC, also still in the Gamblers here. Jeffrey Skirdick in the Mustang, his competition. Two good lights, 1,000th apart. Kirpin slows up. Skirdick, 4 over with the 26, gets the win. Margin victory, that was close, 6,000ths of a second. Butch Weinrich, Team Maple Grove, he's in too. He's going to be chasing Al Noble in the Mustang, almost a heads-up race. Just 700 separating the two. Noble with the light and the win. A very noble effort. 1 over with the 26, beats a 3 over with the 38. And the bye run, going to John Olcott. The Maple Grove Monte Carlo. $755 on the 757. All right, while it's quiet, tomorrow morning we are going to do team photos at 8 a.m. So we need the teams just to pick a spot in the grandstands. We will come and find you and take your pictures. So once again, 8 a.m. tomorrow morning, bright and sleazy, no hangovers allowed. I'm just kidding about that. Please be in the grandstands for team photos. Joe Dedrick in the Camaro is going to be chasing Dave Campbell in the Fox Spotting Mustang. Campbell had the light. A 15 goes 3 over for the win. Campbell 2 over with a 37. Margin 004. Whole shot win for Joe Dedrick and Maple Grove. Next up, Randy Brownwell in the Orange Nova against Chris Croteau in the Mustang. Uh-oh. Brownwell ain't well. Something broke. Croteau gets the win.
Gonna make it to your top end? All right, we're good, BJ. Go ahead.
All righty. Cars clearing the track. Next pair, Anthony Bonanno, Mason Dixon. Up against Robert Bates, Team Cecil. Oh boy. Bates is late. Bonanno an easy win. Dead on with a 1 with a 20. He almost gave that one back. Bates dead on with the 6. But that's where the win goes. James Young, red lights to Robert Dunlap. Dunlap gets the win for us to Dragway. Over in the Napa Lane, Lebanon Valley's Bill Bugden has a tough customer here. Dan Casey, former national champ, in his 85 Capri. Bugden, unfortunately, dead late, breaks out by 2. Casey had him by 800ths on the tree. Goes 3 over for the easy win. Next pair, Mike Bryson in the pickup will be chasing Joe Clark in the Chevy Nova.
Super 1 and 2, 4 TC, Hodges.
Yep. Mike Bryson gets the win there. 1 over with a 37 to a 1 over with a 47. Next pair, Bob Gonier in the Firebird. What a pretty car. We'll be chasing Kevin Coors Dodge Demon. Gunyer goes red by 7th out. Core 065 green, 694 under 96. Attention in the pits. So attention in the pits. Super. Back to 1 and 2. Super to 1 and 2. Mr. Hodges, you have the bye. Should there be one, please go up lane 7. Christiana Hubbard in the Mustangs going to try to hold off Mike Fornwalt. Cristiano with the light and the win. 2 over with the 16. Beats a breakout 6:01 by Mike Farnwalt. Mike LaRose and the Mopar is going to be chasing Mike Grenier. Grenier breaks. Mike LaRose gets out of it early, goes 552 on the 540, and I am getting reports of parts. It's not good when parts are not attached to the car. That apparently is the drive shaft that decided to exit stage bottom. Okay, everybody bend down. Look, we're this could be calisthenics. You can hold that up. It is a drive shaft, not a lightsaber, although we could probably do something like that. All right, I have some good news. The clubhouse, the big building with the striped roof, is going to be open tonight. The bar is going to be open. And for everybody that needs the practice, we're going to have a practice tree race. Apparently, the rear end of the car is locked up, unfortunately. Not a big surprise. We are just trying to get it off the track so we can do any cleanup and get it all happy. Once again, Super should be back in the lanes. Mr. Hodges should be up lane 7 because if there's a bye, he gets it. Next pair, Scott Bisoa getting the head start over Dave Parker, Esta and Lebanon. Parker gets a gift. 6:08 on the 6:10 moves him into round 4. Trish Witt. She is going to be chasing Jorge Carrera in the BMW. 0.2 of a second, the head start for the Bimmer. Correa goes red. Trish, 581 on a 585, gets the win, getting kind of quick out there. Next pair, Mike Block over in the Napa lane, getting the head start over Ray Thurston the 4th. The four-door Belvedere.
Yeah. Well, I don't. No, wait. I don't know actually. Was that a Google?
Thurston with the light and the win. 674 on a 670 for Ray.
All right. Let me. I'm sure I have it. Yeah. So let me go on it, and I'll just give you access to it. All right. All right. Great. Everything else good?
Next pair, Kyle Gockley in the pickup truck. Dennis Core in the Super B. Gockley goes red. Hee-haw moves on. 679 on 680. Paul Scribani doing the chasing here. Chris Gonier deep staged in the pickup truck. Scribani making him wait. Gonier with a big hole shot. He gets the win. 3 over with an 11. Scribani on the number with the 7, but he had a 73 light. That put him way behind. Hole shot win for Chris Gonier. Rob Zetterberg going to be chasing Matt Consiglio, Island and Esta. Oh boy, lights very close. Zetterberg gets the win, 1 over. Breakout run by 3 for Consiglio. Lights a 17 and an 18. Dan Hanley over in the Nap lane. Ken Hankins in the Fink lane. Lights are close. And Dan Hanley gets in a double breakout. He's under by 5 thou. Hankins under by 4 hundredths. Lights were nothing to write home about. John Hedenberg in the Mustang is going to try to hold off Tyler Weicker. Tyler with the advantage. He gets the win, 2 over with the 13. Hedenberg breaks out by 2. Next pair. Steve Long in the Mustang is going to leave first. Try to hold off Brian Lind in the Camaro. Steve Long, trip zip, and the win, 1 over, 14 back for Steve. Lind was kind of late, goes 1 over. Not a bad run, but not good enough. And this should be the last pair. Chris Corleone was going to have the bye run if there was one. Instead, he gets Dave Harvey. Corleone gets timed out. Didn't get in time. Dave Harvey, 16 light and 74 for the win. Super Eliminator, Zach Patricelli, now has his shot at the electric car. Do not laugh at the Tesla. You can laugh at the Cybertruck, but we don't have any here. Two good lights. And I think he hit the brakes a little too soon. 2 over for the loss. Patricelli nipped him at the top end, dead on with a 6. Got there by 11/100ths of a second. But that's okay. Mr. Electric Car, we're impressed. Jeff Krasinski is going to be chasing Charlene Lepp. Two amazing lights. Krasinski gets it. 006, 004. 3 over beats a 5 over. There's my fair lane over in the far lane. Fair lane in the far lane, yeah. Getting a big head start, 1.2 seconds over Andy Purcell's Willis. Oh, man. 008 beats a 007. 2 over beats a 4 over. Wow. Great race there.
Thought I'd grab it out and help you snack. Yeah. So we had a weird thing come out on our, for most of the dragsters, email. Uh-oh. Gmail. Oh. And somehow any Dragway that was broken went out on there. The tech card. How the fuck did that happen? I have no clue.
Lugino Ramundo out on Fellenbaum. Fellenbaum has a perfect light, goes 2 over for the win. Ramundo dead on with an 8, but a 24 light loses by 9 thousandths of a second. All of a sudden, it's like the perfect light gods are handing him out. Jake Narr in the dragster giving up a second plus to Ray Knight. Ray Knight had the light. Goes 1 over for the win. Narr breaks out by 2 thou, trying to run him down. The light's a 32 to a 67. Here's another New England car over in the Napa lane, Steve Gregoire. He's got the nitrous car of Mark Godding. Godding goes red by 5 thou. Steve-O gets the free ride. 493 on a 494, 14 light. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Race of Champions finals. To the lanes, please. 8 cars, back to the lanes. Caleb Klein in the truck, Zach Rothenberger in the dragster. Rothenberger goes red by 2 thou. Caleb, 645 on a 48 for the win. Next up in the Napa lane, that's Randy Kraus. Man who knows his way around this racetrack and this race. He's racing Todd Martin from Island Dragway. This time Martin goes red by 2 thou. Kraus, 006 green. 1 over, 16 pack for Mr. Kraus for the win. Next up, Caitlin Kraus and Larry McGowan. McGowan getting about a tenth of a second head start.
Maybe I'll leave these up here for now because I don't know how to get the mold and stuff like that. Big marker here. Yeah. All right. That would be good for, really should be in our marketing department.
McGowan had a 100th in light, gets in a double breakout. He's under by 4th thou. Caitlin under by a couple of hundredths. Lights 006 to an 016. Next pair over in the Napa lane, Connor Hebig. Getting a 0.2 of a second head start over Richie Williams in the S&W Race Cars sponsored car. Both teams South Mountain. Connor Ebig had the light, but Richie Williams got the win. Margin victory. It's only a 1,000th of a second. Matt Taccone in the door car is going to try to hold off Chris Campione.
Category 11.
Taccone has the light. He goes one over for the win. 20 pack there. Campione breaks out by 1,000th. He had a 31 light, though. Next pair, Joe Duke in that gorgeous truck. He's going to get the head start of 0.46 seconds over Jason Williams' dragster. Both team new media. Wilson nailed the tree. He gets the win. Dead on with an 8 and 11 pack. Dukin breaks out by 1. Mike Fitz. I forgot he was still here. Michael J. Fitz. Team Canada. That's right. Bob Hickey from Maple Grove's going to try to run him down. Mikey's in. Hickey red lights. Michael goes 650 on the 652. 28 light for the win. Geez, I forgot for a second what happened to the second car. It kind of disappeared. That's Heather Boyko. She's going to try to run down New England's Dave Sislick.
Will we go and race the champion finals next?
Yeah.
Have all of them going yet?
Yes.
Identical reaction times. Heather Boyko gets the win, 2 over to a 4 over. The lights were 21. Ray Thurston III's going to try to hold off this crazy power Mustang of Jack Volt. Team Esta. Oh boy. Whatever that was, wasn't good. He keeps going. We ask people not to do that. Thurston gets the win with a 1 over. Track looks okay. Next pair, Paul Fitzgerald in the Nova. Try to run down Jeremy Popple's Monte Carlo. Neither had a good light. Popples was better. He goes 1 over for the win. Paul breaks out by 4 thousandths of a second. Here's Andrew Bercudo in big yellow Monte Carlo. Almost a heads-up run with William Carroll and the Monza. Oh, that's a fun car to watch. And he gets the win, 3 over with the 20 light. Carroll was 2 over with 31 light. That had to be, yeah, it was 1,000th the margin victory for Bercudo. Matt Himes in the station wagon is going to get a 2.1 second head start over Jimmy DeChaco. Two great lights. Jimmy DeChacco drives around a 002 light with 1 over. He had a 12 light, was dead on with the 2, gets the win by 7/10,000ths of a second. And Randy Hodges, the Dodge Daytona, is getting a bye run with the 548 dial. He goes 546 on the 548 dial. Bikes and sleds will be up next. Adam Sharon and Kevin Hamilton going at it here. Hamilton getting the head start. Adam goes red. Hamilton 598 with the 9 on 599. Pretty good dial there. 24 light. Brian Canolis getting the head start over Jonathan Lightning Tisdale. Tisdale got treed. Canolis got the win. 4 over with the 26 light. Close race, 3 thou margin. Larry Curry, Team Cecil, is getting the head start over Jeff Tisdale. Tisdale's bike hesitated on the start. He's got issues. He's coasting through. Curry saw it, bagged out early, and got the win. Levon Curry and Jake Hamilton. Hamilton had the light, goes 2 over for the win. Levon 4 over with the 72, not good enough. Mike Konopacki in the Fink Equipment lane. Chris Mealy in the Napa lane. Konopacki gets the win, 3 over with the 16 light. Go Team Canada. While we have a quiet moment, a reminder to all racers, you should have an operating tail light and it should be turned on. It will help you. It is a safety issue. So once again, all racers, please have your operating tail light turned on. Race Champions finals are getting locked and loaded. Can't wait to see this. We got 6 door cars, 2 bikes, and 0 dragsters. How about that? All right, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We need Sportsman back to 1 and 2. By will go to Mr. Ager. Please go up lane 7. First final in the Race of Champions. Almost a heads-up run between Billy Kirpins in the pickup truck from Lebanon Valley against Butch Weinrich from Maple Grove. The lights are very close. Anybody's race. And Kirpins gets it in a double breakout. He's under by 5 thou. Weinrich under by 200. Congratulations to the Kirpins family and Team Lebanon Valley. The Race of Champions. Next up, Pro Eliminator. In the Fink Equipment Lane, Jared Kinson from New England Dragway. He's from Plystown, New Hampshire. Up against Pete Bushnell from Manchester, Connecticut. Pete getting a head start of 13 hundredths of a second. It's interesting, both cars out of their normal lanes. Pete Bushnell was late. Team New England gets one. 5 over with a 21 for Jared. Pete was on a rather large and right-heading wheel stand. Kept it in the groove. Headed out to runner-up territory. Congratulations, Team New England. All right, Team Canada, this is your time. John Robertson over in the Napa lane. He's getting a very slight head start over Jeff Krasinski in the purple dragster eater. Both are green. And Krasinski had the better light, gets the win with a 1 over. Robertson, 30 light and a 2 over, made a good showing. Jeff Krasinski and New Media Dragway get the Super Eliminator one.
Pro Eliminator.
Yep.
3 and 4, 32cc long Steve.
Yep. All right, we have one more. Before they stage, I'm going to call Pro Eliminator to 3 and 4. Steve Long, you will get the bye if there's one. Please come up lane 7. Last race, Boyd Mathias from Strasburg, Virginia. Team Mason-Dixon's going to get the head start over Heather Bayman, Team Cecil. Heather is from Califon, New Jersey. One good light, one great light. And the good light gets it. Heather, 1 over with the 21. Beats a 4 over with a double 03. Congratulations, Heather. And Team Cecil for the Bike Race of Champions win. That was an exciting final. EV 748 on a 49. It's the only entry in the electric vehicle class, and no surprise, he won. Round 4, sportsman. Jeff Skirdick in the Mustang, Joe Marina in the Camaro. Moreno with the light and the win. One over with the 38, beats a breakout, 823. Next up, John Alcott. He's going to be chasing CJ Ketterer. Both Maple Grove cars. Alcott goes red. Ketterer, 11 light. Dead on with a 9, 20 pack. Good run for Ketterer. Move into round 5. Joe Koss, Lebanon Valley. Could be chasing Jimbo Romagna. Hey, if anybody, whoever has Wayne's golf cart, needs to come back to the tower immediately, period. I won't even say please. By the way, everybody knows the Carolina Nationals are going on right now. I've been looking at the results after one single session of Top Fuel. 12 out of 16 cars are in the 370s. Brittany Force is low with a 72. All right, we have a racer in need. Car 31, Maple Grove, that the red Chevelle that spit the drive shaft out. They are looking for a 54-inch drive shaft. They are located right kind of behind the grandstands. If you can help them out, if you have a spare shaft you think they can use, please go see them. Car number 31, Maple Grove. In case anybody's wondering, we are still doing track cleanup. It was a pretty extensive spill. So we have equipment back out on the track, and we thank whoever it is now at the top end that's doing the fireworks. At least we have something to watch. Drivers, time to get back to your cars. We are going to go racing again in a few minutes. Drivers, head on back to your cars, please. Get locked and loaded. All right, let's try this again. Joe Koss giving up a tenth of a second to Jimbo Romagna. Reaction time's identical to the thousandth. And Joe Koss, dead on with the 6, gets the win. Romagna a tenth off. Reminder to all drivers, please be sure you have an operating taillight and that it's on. Next up, Joe McLaughlin and Russ Wilbur. Again, almost a heads-up race. 300 separate the two cars. McLaughlin dead on with the 33 light. Can't take a 1 over with the 23 light. Russ Wilbur gets the win by 0.02 of a second. Al Noble in the Mustang. Again, almost a heads-up race with Paul Costley. Again, both lights very close. And the Mustang takes it with the 5 over. Costley breaks out by 2. And the bye run going to Gary Agar. .018 reaction time, 744 dial. He goes 741. Pro Eliminator should be coming up next. First pair in pro, Anthony Bonanno up against Dan Hanley. Bonanno with the hole shot. He gets the win dead on with an 8. Hanley breaks out by 2. Super. Super back to 1 and 2, please. Super to 1 and 2. Mr. Fellenbaum, you have the bye run. Please go up lane 7. Chris Croteau and Christiana Hubbard. Croteau goes red by 6 thou. Christiana was red. It matters not. She goes 7:19 on 7:20 for the win. Next pair, Trish Witt and Joe Dedrick. Trish getting the head start and the Dodge Dart.
Don't worry about that. Worry about not taking my fucking golf cart, bitch.
Joe Dedrick has the light. He can't run the number. Trish Witt dead on with an 8 with a 51 light. Gets the win by 8 thousandths of a second. Next pair, Mike LaRose from New Media in the Dodge Dart is going to chase Chris Gagne. New Media in the pickup truck. One good light, one great light. Great light breaks out by 1,000th. Chris Gagne dead on with the 4 with the 28 light gets the win. LaRose had the light with the 009 but went just a little bit too fast. Mike Bryson in the pickup truck and Robert Dunlap in the Firebird. No, Camaro. Almost a heads-up race, only 300 separate the two. Dunlap had the light, but breaks out by more than Bryson. Bryson, a 36 light, breaks out by 2 thou and gets the win. Here's Ray Thurston the 4th. He's going to be chasing Kevin Core.
We need motorcycles back too. Super Pro and motorcycles.
Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Motorcycles back to lane 7 and 8, please. Motorcycles back to 7 and 8. Thurston with another great light. Dead on with the 5 of 15 pack for Ray Thurston the fourth. He is just on fire this weekend. Kevin Core breaks out, by the way. We got two hitters here. Rob Zetterberg over in the Napa lane. Dan Casey in the Fink Equipment lane. Zetterberg had light, goes dead on with an 8. Casey breaks out by a couple. Zetterberg had light at 21 to a 43. Next pair, Dave Harvey in the white car. Tyler Weicker, in the pickup truck. They're both green, two good lights. Tyler had the better light, couldn't run the number. Harvey, dead on with the 3, gets the win by 3 thousandths of a second. Next up, Dennis Core in the Hee-Haw getting the head start over to Lebanon Valley's Dave Parker. Slow and slower are the lights. Slow gets it. 2 over with the 75 for Dennis Core. Puts out David Parker. He was dead on with the 2, but very late. And the bye run going to Steve Long, the Mustang. Steve Long, 675 on the 77 on the bye run. He moves into round 5. Super Eliminator coming up next. Super Eliminator, Zach Patricelli. In the Fink Equipment lane, he's going to leave first. Steve Gregoire from New England Dragway is going to try to run him down. Zach has the light and the win, dead on with the 7. Dragway had a 41 light. He goes 2 over. Ain't happening. Andy Purcell in the Willis. Leaving first, Randy Hodges in the Daytona is going to try to pass him.
You good enough with computers?
Hodges goes red. The Willis moves on 572 with a 7 on a 573 dial. Next pair, Caleb Klein in the truck. Andy Bercuto in the wheel standing Monte Carlo. I love this thing. Caleb, red lights. The wheelie car comes back 594 with a 7 on a 95 with a 13 light. Randy Krause backing up over in the Napa lane. Richie Williams going to try to take him out. 2 S&W cars. Two good lights. Krause with the edge. Krause can't run the number. Williams dead on with the 9 with the 21 gets the win by 4 thousandths of a second. Now we get a couple of door cars. Ford versus Chevy. Rain Knight in the Fink Lane in the Mustang. Jeremy Popple in the Monte Carlo. Again, almost a heads-up run. Only 300s separate these two cars. Oh boy, 2 killer lights. Ray Knight had 002 but breaks out by 5 thou. Jeremy Popple, a 12 light. Dead on with an 8, gets the win. That was a great race. Next pair, Matt Coney in the door car for Lebanon Valley up against Jason Wilson in the New Media sponsored, not New Media, sponsored, the Team New Media Dragster. It's been a long day, folks. Two good lights, they're close. And Jason Wilson has the light, goes dead on with 5 for the win. Matt was 100 slower on the light and 300 off the dial. Over in the Napa lane, Michael J. Fitz, Team Canada. Getting a big head start, almost 2 seconds. We'll try to hold off the dragster of Heather Boyko.
Let's get Sportsman back to 1 and 2.
Attention in the pits. Sportsman back to 1 and 2.
53 MG.
Fitz has the light. Fitz. 1 over with the 006 for the win. Heather breaks out by 4th out. Car number 53 MG, you will have the bye if there is one. Please go up lane 7. Jeff Krasinski over in the Napa lane. We'll try to hold off Larry McGowan. Krasinski with the light. Goes 1 over for the win. Larry McGowan breaks out by a single foul, but he had a 33 light. That's Jimmy DeChaco over there in the Napa lane. He's going to be chasing Ray Thurston. Gets a huge head start, 2.4 seconds. Two great lights. Thurston had the light, but he breaks out. DeChaco 1 over with a 12, gets the win. Hey, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Racers. We are going round robin. We want to try to get this thing done before the dew sets in. So, racers, come on back. Doug Fellenbaum ends up getting the bye. Big Block Nova. Fellenbaum. 618 with the 2 on a 619. That does it for Super. Once again, racers, we are going round robin from this point out. We need you all back. Sportsmen should be in the lanes. We're going to do bikes and sleds next. We need everybody back ASAP. We are hoping to get this all finished. By run going to Mike Konopacki. He's got a 527 dial. $19 light. 526 with a 3. Once again, all racers, including bikes, you guys need to have an operating tail light. Please turn it on before you run.